Thank you, everyone. Sorry for the delay. Before we begin our formal City Council meeting, it's my understanding that Councillor Rob Miyashiro, in his capacity as the Executive Director of the Lethbridge Seniors Centre organization, has a presentation to make on behalf of Age-Friendly Lethbridge. Councillor Miyashiro, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mayor Spearman. And because of COVID and all the restrictions, we could have done this a while ago. Age-Friendly Lethbridge finished our plan for the community at the end of February of 2020, and City Council actually approved it. Right after that, we went into lockdown, and so our committees resumed work last fall, and we continued through to the present. And just really briefly, age-friendly is the idea of making structures and services more accessible and inclusive for seniors with varying needs and capacities. This means looking at how we build infrastructure, how we get around, and even the way we shop for goods and services. Age-friendly communities provide healthy and active aging. People in age-friendly communities are supported in maintaining their independence and have access to community supports and services that they need. So the whole idea of this is that if you build an age-friendly community, it makes it more accessible and usable for everybody. And so the 8 interconnected domains of urban life that age-friendly communities look at are community and healthcare, transportation, housing, social participation, outdoor spaces and buildings, respect and social inclusion, civic participation and employment, and communication and information, a lot of which the city and the municipality play a large role in. Earlier this summer, the Minister of Seniors and Housing, Minister Pond, was in Lethbridge and presented Age-Friendly Lethbridge with a certificate that says, "Congratulations on your commitment to becoming an age-friendly community, as officially recognized by the province of Alberta. Thank you for making structures and services more accessible and inclusive for seniors with varying needs and capacities. Congratulations as you celebrate this Age-Friendly Alberta Recognition Award." What this does for us really quickly, so we can get on with the meeting, it connects us to a number of age-friendly initiatives around the world. And this isn't, I'm not just saying that. So as Lethbridge being part of the age-friendly community, now we're part of the age-friendly communities of practice in Alberta. We're part of the age-friendly communities reference group, the Pan-Canadian age-friendly reference group that's run by the Public Health Agency of Canada. And they're the direct link to the World Health Organization. So literally we're also connected in helping mentor other communities to achieve age-friendly status. So what I'd like to do is present this right now to Mayor Spearman and City Manager Dalton, because it's Age-Friendly Community Initiative is about how the political side and the operational side work together to build better communities for everybody. So then you get to decide where to put this. Perfect, thanks. Good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Miyashiro, and thank you to everyone who worked on the project in this significant achievement. Thank you very much. Yeah. Okay, we'll now move on to the regular meeting. Welcome to the City Council meeting for Tuesday, September the 7th, 2021. I'm going to start with the reconciliation statement. The City of Lethbridge acknowledges that we are gathered on the lands of the Blackfoot people of the Canadian Plains and pays respect to the Blackfoot people, past, present, and future, while recognizing and respecting their cultural heritage, beliefs, and relationship to the land. The City of Lethbridge is also home to the Métis Nation of Alberta, Region 3. Now we'll do a roll call.
Councillor Carlson. Councillor Kaufman.
Here.
Councillor Hagan.
Present.
Councillor Morrow.
Yes.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Here.
Councillor Parker.
Here.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Present.
And Mayor Spearman.
Present.
All present except for Councillor Carlson. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now move on to bouquets. We'll start with Councillor Morrow.
Nothing, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. A welcome back to the post-secondary students. I know college and university are getting going this week. It's wonderful to have them back and to see them around the community.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I just want to take a moment to, I know this may be our last council meeting together as a group, and I just wanted to make sure that I gave my appreciation to every single one sitting around this horseshoe. I know at many times we'll differ, we'll battle, and we'll debate, but that's democracy. We're all here to represent, I take it, different constituents at different times, but I just want to thank all of you for this time and during this last 4 years that we've had together, so thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Parker.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and just to piggyback on Councillor Hagan, we don't know what the future is going to look like around this table within the city over the next 6 weeks. Well, there will be for sure change no matter about that. But I know this has been a really weird term on council. That's quite an understatement. We've dealt with a lot of issues that sometimes probably we shouldn't have even dealt with, but we did end up on our lap, and it did divide us at times. And there was a lot of arguing, there was a lot of division. But I also believe that each and every one of you who sat around this table came with kindness, came with an open mind and a willingness to serve. And I just want to wish each and every one of you, wherever your paths may go, all the best of luck. It's been an awesome opportunity. It's been a weird year and a half. We've went through 4 city managers technically over this term. Gar Sherwin, Kathy Hopkins, actually I can make even more than that. Bramwell Strain, Jody Melly, and then of course Mr. Dalton. And so there's been a lot of transition, a lot of change within this corporation, a lot of change within the whole community. But I think Lethbridge's best days are ahead of them. But I want to thank everyone for helping shape not this community, because the community shapes itself, but bringing policy. I want to congratulate Councillor Kaufman. I know he's not running again, but I want to say thank you for all the hard work he did regarding policy. I'm not a policy junkie, but I want to appreciate, because I do believe Councillor Kaufman has a huge wealth of experience, expertise, and knowledge and sincerity when he brings these policies to the table. So I want to thank Councillor Kaufman for all the hard work that he's done, because it goes back to 1995. He was there from 95 to 98, even before me, which is quite strange. But anyway, but congratulations to Councillor Kaufman. I know he will do many great things moving on. We may see him around in some other way. To the Mayor, Mayor Spearman, you were elected in 2013, and it was kind of like the Wild Wild West when you got here. It was so much to learn, but you grasped it. You took it upon yourself to work very, very hard. And I know there's times when myself and you have been in conflict in regards to some things, but I can honestly tell you with sincerity that you're a very hardworking mayor. You truly do care about this community. You tackled some issues which were being, and you got attacked for it as well. But I think if you were to look at it, you wouldn't do it differently, and I respect that. I respect that, Mr. Mayor, and all the best to you as well. Councillor Miyashiro, I know you're on to bigger and better things, and I know that if anything I can say about you is you tell it as it is. And I respect that, and I appreciate that. And I've known you for numerous years, way before council and all that, for all the awesome, amazing work you did within the LSCO. and you always have a very social conscious. And I know you're going to do great in other political ventures as well, and you're going to be a formidable candidate. And hats off to you. But thank you for all the hard work you do, not only at the council table, but behind the scenes, because I know you do a lot on behalf of senior care and senior issues in our community, as well as the pet population. And I think that's something that people always fail to realize is how much you've been an advocate for both cats and dogs in our community. I could go on and on around the table, but I know for sure that these certain individuals will not be here. I don't know myself, future, but Councillor Higgin, you've put your name forward for mayor, and you've taken a risk in that you won't be sitting in that council seat anymore. And I know you're running against some really great candidates in this election, and I know you've taken a stand on issues, which we all have, but you've really been taken to task for it, but you've always stood up for your convictions. So I have a huge amount of respect for not only yourself, but all my colleagues. Sometimes our political lines kind of line, and sometimes they're perpendicular to each other, but I think at the end of the day, yourself has shown great respect. And so I just want to say thank you to each and every one of you. One more person I do want to speak of, and I know will be spoken about later on, is Mr. Hawkins. This is Mr. Hawkins' last council meeting, and I wanted to say some stuff today because when I was first elected in 1998, I sat on a committee, and Councillor Coffin, you may remember this committee. It was Transportation, Utilities, and Environment. And you sat on that committee, and you did an amazing job. And you weren't the infrastructure steward at that time, but you did work within the engineering department of infrastructure services under Bud Hogewide. And you've been a great asset to this community. You come with an engineer mindset. So that could be a double-edged sword as well, because you call it as it is and you go by. But over the years, I know one thing for sure, that you become more and more politically savvy in dealing with people and developers and all that. And there's a great wealth of experience and knowledge that's going to be leaving this building in the few weeks ahead here. And so I want to thank Mr. Hawkins for all the years that he has put his name forward and worked hard on behalf of our community. A lot of the things that happen in this community are because of you, your team, and your department, as well as your ideas. So, Mr. Hawkins, congratulations to you on your retirement. And that's all I wanted to say, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I guess we're doing this now, and that's fine. Yes, I'm actually not seeking re-election, and I'm very, very content, very happy with that decision. I actually eliminated all my campaign signs in September of 2019, so this is certainly something that I know I've been doing. I want to take the opportunity to thank city staff first and foremost. Public service is an incredibly noble pursuit. I know that there are struggles and challenges, but there are also opportunities and rewards, and hopefully staff understand that we appreciate the work that they do and the value that they add to our community, so thank you for that. I do want to single out the clerk's office. City clerk makes us look good. This doesn't happen just magically. There's I was going to use a word, but I can't use that word. There's a lot of work that goes into preparing the agendas, the minutes, all of the background information, making sure that the workflow within the organization is to a point where it should be, so that the information comes to City Council. And I appreciate the passion and the effort and energy that your staff put together for these agendas, for Council, and you've been incredibly responsive to the needs of Council. And I appreciate that. Thank you very much for your work. To the city manager, there's always a worry when you hire a city manager that they're end up hating you for what you've dropped them in. But Mr. Dalton has been incredibly gracious under pressure, brought a great deal of creativity, professionalism. With a background as a gunner, there's always a fear he's going to come in guns blazing, but he is not that type of person. Very thoughtful, very surgical approach to the organization. Understanding governance, understanding the role of council and the role of staff, and I appreciate what you bring to this role. I'm very satisfied with what this council has done in terms of leadership of hiring you, and I'm very confident in the direction that you're going to take the organization operationally in the future. So thank you for your dedication and your work. To my colleagues, past and present, thank you for humoring me. My nonstop citing of the MGA, public policy, budget amendments, ward systems, 2-year budget cycles, and everything else. Thank you for that. To the public, thank you as well for your faith in me. Ultimately, we sit here because you've chosen us to serve. I have definitely not been perfect in this role, but I have attempted to bring a professionalism and a level of dedication and decorum to the role. And I appreciate you trusting this position trusting me in this position to serve this community for almost 14 years. Finally, to my friends and family, thank you for your support, your love, and your encouragement. The public don't realize the sacrifices that family make. The impact, excuse me, on children and on our spouses, on our partners, is actually quite incredible. And they put up with it and they deal with it. And I'm appreciative of what it is they do. To my family in specific, thank you for the post-council freedom that you give me. I'm a much better drummer now for the 2 hours I spend after council meetings drumming, and that time to decompress is greatly appreciated. So thank you to everyone. It's been an honor to serve.
Thank you, Councillor Kaufman. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. Wonderful words by everybody here today, and I appreciate everyone who I've had the opportunity to work with as well. I'll certainly talk to each and every one of you as we go forward. I just wanted, changing gears just a little bit, I just wanted a big shout out to baseball in Lethbridge. My gosh, the kids that performed in this last summer, a number of provincial championships, just amazing. It's a feel good kind of story, so well done. And also, you know, we probably have the best ballparks you'll ever see in all of Canada. So that's just congratulations to everyone who was involved, parents, players, coaches, and all that. So well done. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And yes, I'm not going to return, as everyone knows, and I want to just parrot what some of my colleagues have said. I'm going to start off by thanking my colleagues in council. People don't understand, and I think Councillor Higgin and Parker and Kaufman have expressed this, is that people don't understand what it's like to be a city councilor unless you actually are one or have been one. And one of the reasons, I had a discussion with some people on the weekend about this, is that there's no really other job other than politics where people can call you out by name and tell you how stupid you are and what bad decisions you make on a daily basis. And they can say that with impunity. They can say that without the right information, and they can say that based on supposition and based on their own opinion. And what we need to do is not listen to some of that. And what we need to do is listen to the people that are going to have reasonable discussions with us and give us the information that we need to make decisions, not just their opinion and their anger and frustration with whatever's going on in their lives. So I want to thank people around this horseshoe, the people that I've fought with politically, the people that I've allied with politically, because we're all here and we all put the time in. And we've all had really great discussions over the last 4 years, some of us the last 8 years, about what we need to do to make the city a better place. And you know what? I think everybody that goes into this horseshoe to make decisions, even though their perception of what is making the city better, it can be different from ours, I think everybody here has the interests of the city at heart. And I think people need to understand that. I really want to thank the senior management team in its various iterations in the last year for providing guidance and information for us. And it's, people don't, again, understand the importance of that information that we do get. I also want to thank the next level of staff that we have. And all the people in all the committees that we serve on, people don't understand, again, is that how the city staff have to guide us in our decision on what was the Municipal Planning Commission, the Community Design Committee, and the Animal Welfare Committee. The Audit Committee especially is one where we definitely need the guidance of administration to make our decisions. And those are unsung people. Those are the people that no one knows about, that we can't function without them. The people at the front that when you walk by and you have to say hello and smile at them, because they deal with more crap than anybody. And none of it is of their making. The people out front are the ones that have to deal with all the things that follow from our decisions. And so I think we need to make sure that we get the message out that it's not their fault, that they're the ones that are just doing what we're asking them to. So I appreciate the positive relations I've had with some of the people at the front desk and some of the people in administration. We have to say thanks to the media for showing up here every 2 weeks and listening to what could be some days tragic comedy and some days high drama, some days totally monotonous and lacks context. Thank you for coming out. People like Nick, when he was on the media bench, try to get our message out to the community in the best way possible. So again, thank you for that. And again, thank you to the people of Lethbridge for allowing me to serve on council. It is a privilege and it is an honor. And thank you very much to the people at LSU, my board, and my staff for allowing me to spend my time. And especially thank you to my family. As some of you know, Aaron has strong opinions about a lot of things. And one of those is that if I'm going to do this, I need to do it well and to the best of my ability. Otherwise, she wouldn't have supported me, so I'm glad that I had her support through the last 8 years, as well as my extended family. So thank you, everybody, and good luck to the people that are going to run in the next election. I will support all of you in the fact that you deserve my moral support, if not my vote.
Thank you. Well, before Councillor Parker spoke, I was going to give up my bouquet to Doug Hawkins, our Director of Infrastructure Services. I want to thank him on behalf of Lethbridge City Council and the citizens of Lethbridge, and I want to congratulate Doug and wish him well as he retires from the City of Lethbridge after 25 years of outstanding service. So, Mr. Hawkins has been a rock. He's been the ultimate engineer, solid, always provided sound advice, very practical in his approach, and I think he told us once that he was the director of the mundane, all the stuff that people forget about, the stuff that keeps the city running, like the water, the sewer, the electrical connections, so everything that people forget about day to day, but whenever there's an eruption, it's a crisis. Mr. Hawkins, today is your final council meeting. I'm thinking you're probably going to go home and celebrate. But certainly your unwavering commitment to public service and to the infrastructure group in our city has served this community very well for many, many years. You were originally hired as the infrastructure engineer in 1996, and not long after changed positions to public operations manager and then manager of wastewater services. In the summer of 2005, you were promoted to Director of Infrastructure Services, a position that you held with pride, and you've served well, very well. It's a chapter that no doubt involves more time and away from your family, just like us, because you're a professional. So we wish you well as you get that time back with your family and with your grandchildren. Doug, thank you. Your career is one to be extremely proud of. You've had a considerable influence in the development of both the city and the corporation. You will be missed by many. Thank you for service well done to the City of Lethbridge. Mr. Dalton, did you want to say who will try to fill Mr. Hawkins' shoes?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And I don't get a bouquet, and I won't go on, but I would just pull one word out of the mayor's comments to speak to Doug, and that's professional. And although by the time you leave, we will only have the chance to cross paths for about 18 months, that's the one word that I will think about when you come to mind, and your mark will be left here for long after you move on to your next adventures. And I would like to take this opportunity to introduce Mr. Lloyd Brierley, who, as the mayor said, has some big shoes to fill in stepping in behind Doug. Lloyd joins us with some considerable private and public sector experience and comes to us most recently from the City of Toronto. He's had a great opportunity to spend some time with Doug, and we'll have the ability to spend a few more weeks with him. and he's keen to get going in trying to fill those big shoes.
Thank you. I'll just take a couple of minutes to say thank you to my colleagues on council, and thank you to the administration as a whole for their support of this Lethbridge City Council. There's been many criticisms of the city of Lethbridge and the way things are. I'm sure those will continue for the next 6 weeks as we go through an election campaign. But it was my pleasure and my honor to serve, and I'm really proud of the accomplishments that we made in a relatively short period of time. And I'll just list off a few of them that made our city better. The development of the Lethbridge Park and Ride. We now have a bus terminal in the city. We've got additional parking that was needed, but people who had to wait for buses usually had to wait outside in the elements on the street corners for years. We improved the life and the quality of life for many, I thought, and we did that for 25 cents on the dollar. 75% of the Lethbridge Park and Ride was paid for by other orders of government. We had the largest private investment in our city's history, $430 million from Cavendish. We attracted here fantastic investment and confidence in the city. We developed another regional park, the Legacy Regional Park, and that enhances the life and will continue to enhance the life of residents for years to come. We were asked what was our priority, and at one time from the provincial government when the NDP got elected, and we were partnered with the University of Lethbridge for a $260 million life-changing addition to the University of Lethbridge, and that was tremendous. We have given the seed money to the Lethbridge Exhibition and Agri-Food Hub, another significant project in the city that's going to change the life and the economy of the city going forward. And then we've revitalized, we're in the process of revitalizing Lethbridge Airport, another economic catalyst. The work that we have done as a council on reconciliation, promoting understanding, and developing the relationship with our First Nations residents and neighbors has really moved the city forward. I think we leave the city in good financial terms. This council is the first council in more than 20 years to have multiple year zero tax increases. We've accomplished all of this with zero tax increases going forward. So I think we've done a decent job as a council, but it was certainly my pleasure to serve, and I do thank my colleagues for their cooperation and everything we've done. I probably left out a few things just by mentioning those, but certainly we have a wonderful city, and probably one of the proudest times of my term in service was when I invited 22 other mayors to the city of Lethbridge. And all they'd heard about is bad things about the city of Lethbridge, the negativity. And they got here and they were blown away when we toured them and showed them all the things I just mentioned. All the things we'd accomplished and were accomplishing. And there isn't another city in Alberta that has accomplished what we've accomplished in the last 8 years. And I do thank the administration and my colleagues for a successful term that we all contributed to. So thank you very much. I think we have a lot to be proud of as citizens and residents of the city of Lethbridge. Thank you. And with that, I'm sorry that it took so long to get to the opening of official business, but we'll move on. Yes, go ahead, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just encourage people to wear their masks, follow the Alberta health mandate, social distance, proper hygiene. We got a long road ahead of us here, and we got to make sure we're in this together. I know it's a cliche, but just a reminder that it's going to be a long road ahead of us.
The big challenge coming up. And
Thank you, Mr.
we'll
Mayor.
discuss that a little later in the meeting. Okay, thank you. Okay, I have a resolution from Deputy Mayor Campbell, the consent agenda. Be it resolved that the minutes of the regular meeting of City Council held on Tuesday, August the 24th be approved, and the Mayor and the City Clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that the minutes of the public hearing held on Tuesday, August the 24th, 2021 be approved, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign the same. And further be it resolved that City Council receive for information the status of directed resolutions for September the 7th, 2021, with the following amendment: that the date of return for the Lethbridge Housing Authority tax cancellation request be deferred to November 30th, 2021 from September 7th, 2021. Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll open this up for any questions from my colleagues,
There are no questions.
and I'll ask for the vote.
Okay, question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I see none. That is unanimous. I now have a resolution from Acting Mayor Croson, adoption of the agenda. That the agenda of the regular meeting of City Council on September the 7th, 2021 be adopted as presented, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. Acting Mayor Croson and City Clerk, are there any amendments?
Yes, Mayor Spearman, there are a number of public written submissions that we received after the deadline. There is 35 for bylaw 6288, one for 6231, and one for 6305. If council desires to accept, read them and receive them for the council corporate record.
Okay, I'm going to recommend that council accept those, and so the resolution would be changed to the agenda be adopted as amended. If that's all right with the mover, Councillor Croson? Councillor Croson having technical issues? Councillor Croson, are you on mute? Okay, I'm going to say that Councillor
Belinda.
Is now exiting.
Croson appears to have technical issues. Can I just give this to the Deputy Mayor? Yeah. Okay, Deputy Mayor, we would amend the resolution. It'll say agenda of regular meeting of council be adopted as amended, including all communications as submitted by the City Clerk. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
I'll accept that.
Okay. All right. All in favor? Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. There are no presentations. We'll move on to submissions. We have a resolution moved by Councillor Miyashiro, amendment to the 2022-2031 Capital Improvement Program. Be it resolved that City Council approve the proposed amendment to the 2022 to 2031 Capital Improvement Program D6, Lethbridge Airport improvements, so that the funding sources can be amended as follows. And here we have airport capital assistance grants, $6,642,000. Municipal stimulus program grant, $10,353,000. Municipal sustainability grant, $5,620,000. Regional Air Transportation Initiative grant, $583,000. Pay-as-you-go community, $700,000. Airport reserve, $738,000. And subdivision surplus, $1,200,000. So the addition is the recently received Regional Air Transportation Initiative grant for $583,000. Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. This just identifies the funding source and/or amount, whether they've changed or been identified. If there are any questions, I'll open it up for questions right now.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To the city manager designate, are we still looking at the 25.253 then, or is there the opportunity to shift additional funding that this may have freed up?
To your worship, to Councillor Kaufman, this is actually funding that's dedicated for specific projects under that Regional Air Transportation Initiative grant. So it looks after a number of components, being the common use terminal, powered mobile wheelchairs, arrival baggage carousel, and self-check and kiosk. So at this time, there's no transfer of funds. It's just increases the scope of the overall project.
Okay, it's purely a scope increase. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Any further questions from council? Okay.
For debate.
Okay. Any debate? I see none.
Question?
Question's been called. All in favor? Any opposed? That is unanimous. Move on to 5.2. Recreational Excellence Aquatics Agreement. Moved by Councillor Higgin. Be it resolved that Council amend the agreement with Recreational Excellence to delay the September 2021 increase in fees as set out in Schedule F and I of the agreement for a period of 6 months until March 1, 2022. Councillor Higgin.
Open for any questions?
Councillor Higgin, I believe this is related to circumstances around COVID and a delay in revenues received by Recreational Excellence. So,
Thank you. Yes, I was just going to pass on to Mr. Harper if he has anything to add, if there's any questions, or if Mr. Harper has anything to add to this. Mr. Harper, or through City Manager?
I do not have anything to add to it, Councillor Higgin.
Thank you. And exactly, Mayor Spearman, this was exactly what you had mentioned, is to put that off until the March 1st because of the COVID. And so for that reason, I'll just ask for council support, and unless there's any debate.
okay, there are no questions. I believe question has been called. All in favor? Are any opposed? I believe that's none. Unanimous. Thank you. I don't know. I'll ask the deputy mayor to read this resolution. Do you have a copy of it, Deputy Mayor Campbell? The report on the meeting. Okay,
this
please.
is the report on economic development.
Yep.
All right. This is from Mayor Spearman. Be it resolved that City Council received a report on the meeting with economic development, Lethbridge, as information.
Thank you. What this does is conclude one of the Phase 3 recommendations by KPMG, which was to have a discussion with Economic Development Lethbridge, their executive, on the 5 recommendations proposed by KPMG. We had a discussion. The report outlines the high-level discussions that we did have with the executive, and that's been included in today's agenda.
Oh, Linda.
Is now joining.
Any other questions or for Mayor Spearman? I see none. Any other debate? Just to add my the fact that we met along with Acting Mayor Croson, a very congenial meeting between their board and us three, and it was I really respected what they had to say, and it was a good meeting and looks good moving forward. So I'll pass it back to you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, I have nothing further to say at this point. If there's no questions, we
call for the vote.
Councillor Croson, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you for accepting my technology hates me today.
Good. Is there anything you wish to say about the meeting with the EDL executive?
No, I think what was said covers it. This is the beginning of a conversation, and it's a conversation that needs to continue because EDL is a very important organization in our community, and how we do economic development will help to steer our community.
Thank you.
Okay, call for the vote.
Okay. All in favor?
All in favor?
Any opposed? There are none. Thank you. Okay, National Urban Parks. Again, Councillor Campbell, if you have a copy of the resolution, could you please read it?
I do. Moved by Mayor Spearman, whereas the federal government has established a new National Urban Parks program that will comprise of a national network of urban parks, and whereas the goals of this program are consistent with the goals of the City of Lethbridge for the River Valley, those being expanding access to and protection of nature, and whereas the Government of Canada is prepared to work in collaboration with areas managed under a range of governance models, and whereas there are organizations and committees in the City of Lethbridge who could assist with an application such as Tourism Lethbridge, the Helen Schuler Center, the Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee, and the City of Lethbridge Parks Department, therefore be it resolved that A, City Manager and Administration work with interested community stakeholders to explore the possibility of participating in the National Urban Parks Program and report back with their findings by December 8th, 2021. Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. So about a month ago, the federal government announced that they were establishing a new National Urban Parks Program and invited municipalities to participate. We do have a beautiful urban park, or a series of them, but we have 10 parks that are interconnected in the River Valley. And we've done a lot of preliminary work in the last few years about balancing the respect for nature with public access and use. Some of the organizations who might be interested in pursuing this, if we are, and if this survives the federal election, if this program, which is why there's a review date after December the 8th, but basically, if this program continues to go forward, the City of Lethbridge may have a lot to offer. It might be a tourism opportunity. And certainly we want to balance tourism with respect for our environment and preservation. So the Helen Schuler Center does great work with that. Of course, there's an Indigenous interpretation portion, so Reconciliation Lethbridge Advisory Committee could be helpful in providing advice. And certainly our City of Lethbridge Parks Department has a lot of expertise in maintaining and preserving those parks in the River Valley. So it would seem like something that the City of Lethbridge might be very interested in participating in. And for that reason, I've brought forward this resolution to encourage the city manager to work with interested stakeholders to look at the possibility of participating in this new National Parks program.
Are there any questions for Mayor Spearman?
Looks like Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Thank you to the mover for this as well. To the city manager, designate the December 8th date. Given the federal election, little uncertainty around programming requirements, is that enough information, or do you need a little more time to bring that back to council?
We haven't looked into this in great detail, Councillor Kaufman, but once we do, if there was a need to extend, I think we'd come back and ask for it. But that's reasonable to start.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
I guess a question to the city manager or delegate. I've just spontaneously named four organizations or entities that might be interested in participating in this. Are there others who might be, or I would leave that certainly to your discretion if there were.
Yes, and we'll extend that conversation to where it needs to go. We'll include those organizations that need to be part of it.
Are there any other questions from council? I see none. We
Open it up for debate.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and Deputy Mayor. I think this is a really great opportunity for us to explore if we can become a part of a national network of urban parks. It provides those opportunities for our downtown core as well that we couldn't do on our own. And I think for us to support this would be, this is one of those things that we should just jump on board with and see where it takes us. So fully support the resolution.
Any other councillors wish to debate? I see none. If there are none, as I've said, I think this might be a natural for the city of Lethbridge. We're uniquely blessed with a beautiful river valley, and this might be appropriate for our city. So I would ask for council's support.
Question's been called. All in favor? That passes.
Any opposed? There are none. That's unanimous. Thank you. Next one is from Acting Mayor Crowson, Municipal Planning Commission. Whereas the Municipal Planning Commission is listed in the Land Use Bylaw as a development authority, and whereas there are limited uses for the Municipal Planning Commission specified in the Land Use Bylaw, see Appendix A, and whereas all of the development approvals could be done by a development officer, the approval and amendment of outline plans are to now go to the Civic Works Standing Policy Committee, and any comprehensive plans required by a direct control for urban innovation land use district could be approved by City Council. And whereas the Municipal Planning Commission is being used on a limited basis, see Appendix B, and whereas the members of the Municipal Planning Commission have limited opportunities for training as well as use their skills, therefore, be it resolved that the Municipal Planning Commission be dissolved as of January 1, 2022, and the necessary amendments to the Land Use Bylaw and the Subdivision and Development Authority and Municipal Planning Commission Bylaw be done. And further be it resolved that planning and design in consultation with the Building Industry and Land Development Association bring an updated outline plan approval and amendment process to the Civic Works Standing Policy Committee on December the 2nd, 2021. Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. So this is being done as a process improvement and for greater efficiency. As noted, the MPC has rarely met, and SDAB, Subdivision Appeal Board, and the Civic Works, which of course would have to refer everything on to City Council, could handle this in a much more efficient way. It would end delays for people who are bringing things forward, because often anything going to MPC is then being appealed to SDAB, so it's causing delays in the process. And this resolution is essentially requesting that the city manager and administration bring back proposed amendments to those two bylaws that are mentioned, and those bylaws would then go through the formal process of a public hearing to have people be able to give their perception of it and ask questions about the process. If those bylaws are then approved, it is recommended that on January 1st, 2022, MPC would no longer exist, and that would tie in with the current committee appointments. One of the things my colleagues, I'm sure, are aware of is that not every community has an MPC. Lethbridge County does not. Neither does Edmonton, Grand Prairie, St. Albert, Strathcona County, Wood Buffalo, etc. Calgary has one, but it hasn't met. And this would, as I said, be a much more efficient way of doing things and would better serve the community. That way everybody would understand the process. There would only be two places things could go. So that's my opening, and if there are questions, I am sure there are administration who can help me answer any questions people have.
Okay, are there any questions from Lethbridge City Council? Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Acting Mayor Crowson, for the motion. Can you address the matter of the timing on this, January 1st, 2022? Does that give us enough time to amend the appropriate bylaws?
The information I have received is yes, but I would ask the city manager or the city solicitor if they have a different opinion.
Mr. Lowen, could you respond to that, please? You're on mute.
A lot will depend on the legislative agenda of the new council. It's tight timeline, but we think we can do it. If it proves difficult, we could always come back to council and ask for a small extension in order to prepare the necessary amendments for council's consideration.
Thank you. What would the decision process then be for staff if there was something that came up that required MPC early in the new year, there was a requirement for an extension, would it just be held? Would it be redirected? Would council of the day deal with it differently?
Until the council approves of bylaw amendments that change the constitution and jurisdiction of the committee, it would continue as is.
Excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Are there any further questions from council? So, Acting Mayor Croson, in essence, the work that's currently being done by the Municipal Planning Commission would be done by future city councils?
It would either go directly to SDAB, which so far has been taking appeals from MPC, which they are trained to do. The volunteers there are trained for that. Or things would come through Civic Works and then follow the Civic Works SPC process where things are referred on to council. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Morrow?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I'm in for debate.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from council? We will go to debate. Acting Mayor Croson, allow you to open and then go to Councillor Morrow.
I've given the information to open. I will close. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Totally understand where this is coming from, but I am totally opposed to this. I believe our process is a very good one. I do believe that MPC serves a purpose, and whether this takes time or not, I think it's our process the way it is now is the right process. It allows the community to their voices to be heard, not once, but twice, as was indicated. If a decision at MPC is challenged, it can go to SDAB. So to me, this is a very good, thorough process. It involves members of the community, and I just don't like the fact that it's going to go to Civic Works Committee of Council and then straight to SDAB. So I don't see the benefit of this at all. I think it's just another way of actually making the process more open and transparent. I think it's actually doing the opposite. So I won't be supporting the resolution.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And over the last year or two, we've done a lot of streamlining with a lot of our processes regarding committee structure, et cetera. And I've actually supported, I think, all of the process. But this one, actually, I am a traditionalist in this one, and I do believe MPC plays a huge role. And I like that citizen engagement, the people that are appointed on behalf of the community to ask the questions. They're actually the non-politicians around the table, and that they don't have to worry about what other people think. They just kind of base their decisions on what they see in front of them. And with help from administration guiding them through the process, I think it's been a great asset. And then, of course, if people don't like that decision, there's another appeal process called the Subdivision Appeal Board, which, of course, there are no members of council. It's strictly a community at large. So I think for the reasons is I really kind of like the system the way it is, even though you could streamline this and find a different way of going about it. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. And that's where I come with on this one. So I will not be supporting it.
Thank you. Councillor Hagan.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Similar to Councillor Parker and Councillor Morrow's comments, I truly believe this is something that is an incredible committee. It gives the community an opportunity to serve. And I know that when I was on MPC for the years I was there, it was great to have a different point of view. Again, as Councillor Parker had mentioned, it's not entangled in with, I guess, the political side. It's to me a more of an unbiased opinion, and maybe that's not the right word to use, but it just comes with a different ideas and thoughts. And so for that reason and others, I just can't support this resolution.
Thank you. Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you to Councillor Croson for bringing this forward. In the years I spent on MPC, there were times when council overrode the decision made at MPC on things like bylaws, and I think that the ability for decisions to be made by the development officer, the other approval of plans to go to the Standing Policy Committee, which is council, which will still allow people to speak to the issue. I don't see that this is negating any public input at all. It's a different way of doing things. And I think if we can streamline the way that we do things, and which is exactly what we're talking about here, is making it easier for things to get approved and with the proper oversight, then I will fully support this resolution.
Thank you. Are there any other members of council who wish to comment? Debate? I see none. I'll ask Councillor Croson to close.
Thank you. Over the time of MPC, there have been concerns expressed from some neighborhoods and from some individuals that they are treated differently, that some things go to MPC and some things go to SDAB and some things are decided this way and some things are decided that way. This is being suggested so that everybody is treated the same, so the process is better understood, and that it actually works better for the public. Civic Works SBC, like every SBC, has an opportunity for the public to be involved. They can put in written submissions, they can come and speak, just as they would at any MPC meeting. So there is actually no less time for people to be involved than there would be in the current process. It is just different groups having the decision-making instead of MPC. And having sat on MPC, virtually everything is appealed, which is wasting the time of developers. Time is money, and this can take 2 or 4 weeks extra time where they could get a much quicker decision if MPC isn't in the middle of the process. So for various reasons, this streamlining, this process improvement will actually give a much better result to anybody who has ever had to come before one of these organizations. I hope my colleagues will support this, and I'll call the question.
Okay. Question's been called. All in favor? Okay. I think what we might need is a roll call vote, please.
Councillor Kaufman.
In favor.
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Croson.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
In favor.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Carries 5-3.
Thank you. Okay, I'll ask the Deputy Mayor to read the next official business resolution, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. From Mayor Spearman, whereas the COVID-19 fourth wave is seeing significant increases in the last few weeks across the province of Alberta, and whereas the City of Lethbridge wishes to keep all citizens safe and minimize the spread of COVID-19 in our city, and whereas the City of Lethbridge also wishes to do everything it can to maintain public health in order to keep businesses in our city open, and whereas the Government of Alberta strongly encourages all citizens to become fully vaccinated, and whereas the World Health Organization, Health Canada, and the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and numerous other medical experts are openly stating that vaccines alone will not limit the spread of the Delta variant, and whereas physical distancing, regular hand washing, use of hand sanitizers, and wearing of masks have been recognized as effective in limiting the spread of COVID-19, therefore be it resolved that the City of Lethbridge require that masks be worn in all city-owned facilities until December 31st, 2021. Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. I brought this forward last week before the province mandated mask wearing as of last Friday. And I didn't have time to bring forward a bylaw. A bylaw would have covered more than just city facilities. It's always possible to have a special meeting, bring forward a bylaw. We may have to have 2 special meetings if that was the case. But I thought the City of Lethbridge should set an example to the community. Recognize that the cases are rising and they continue to increase. We haven't yet seen a leveling off of the fourth wave. We see schools are back in. People will spend more time indoors. The WHL hockey season will start up again. We've recently had the Professional Bull Riding Association event in the city, and Whoop Up Days, and I think many organizations are doing their best. But if we said in the city that masks were also required, and we encourage people to follow all the other health initiatives, that may help limit the spread. I think back to last March, when the city of Lethbridge had the highest rate per 100,000 in the province, and we were by ourselves. I set a date of December 31st on this because I would like to see us have an economy that doesn't fluctuate, where things don't have to close, where there can be consistency for a 4-month period, right through the busiest retail time of the year. And even though these are city facilities, everything we do as a city can help minimize the spread of COVID in our city and set an example for other entities in the city. We may still deal with the bylaw if things go that way, but we don't want to be completely on our own again, like we were in March when we were leading the province, and really there was, because we were an outlier, nothing else was being done. So I would say that if this resolution passes, it would supplement and enhance what's already been put forward by the province as of last Friday, and ensure that if situations continue, if the numbers keep continuing to rise in the city of Lethbridge, and maybe they would even out or in the rest of the province, that we would still have something in place. For those reasons, that's why I've brought forward this official business resolution.
Questions? I see Councillor Morrill.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I guess I'll start off with a couple questions for the Mayor, since this is your resolution. Mr. Mayor, I don't quite understand why you're talking about something that happened last March or early stages of COVID. I'm looking at this as dealing from today moving forward, and your resolution does absolutely nothing to enhance what the province has already done. So why are you doing this last meeting? What are you trying to get at here?
Well,
other than dividing the community again?
No, I wasn't planning to divide the community again. I was looking at the numbers increasing, and as you know, the province didn't make an announcement until Friday morning at 11 o'clock. So I reflected over the weekend of whether this resolution was still valid, and I do believe it is, and the rationale is what did occur last March in the third wave. Is we were on our own. So where we had numbers exceeding 500 per 100,000 in terms of COVID in our city, and we struggled to deal with that. So for that reason, I think it's important to have something like this in place. So that's why I brought it forward.
So can you tell me what your resolution does that the provincial mask mandate does not do?
Yes, we don't. Masks were suddenly mandated again after they were discouraged 2 months ago by the province, given the rising numbers, and that could happen again. They could discourage the use of masks again, and we might have high per capita rates. That's what this resolution does. It provides a backstop.
And do you believe this is appropriate, since this is our very last meeting and you're obviously making this to the end of the year, kind of tying the hands of next council?
I don't think so. The next council doesn't meet until, for business purposes, until early November. So I think they would have 3 meetings left in the year, and you know, if COVID goes away, great. I don't think it does tie the hands of the council.
My question for this round, Deputy Mayor, is to the City Manager. City Manager, can you explain to me if this resolution will assist you and your team and the Lethbridge Police Service to do anything more than what the provincial mandate is? I'd like to hear your comments and question or answers to that, please.
Thanks, Councilor Morrow. I think I would refer back to the mayor's answer when he described this as a backstop, but from this point forward, practically, as long as the provincial health order is in place, no, this wouldn't change what we do.
Thank you. I'll hop out for now, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. I have a question to City Manager. What kind of support are you getting from places like the NMAX, the YAMCA, the Yates, and that all those other city facilities that would be affected? Well, I mean, it is already, but going forward.
Yeah, I think this, as you know, isn't the first time that we've gone down this road as a city. So we're in the process now of responding to the province's health order that was put in place last Friday. And with the exception of, you mentioned the NMAX Center, which is somewhat unique, I would suggest. Again, we've done this before, so I don't anticipate any issues with putting the health order into practice.
I guess it's just to go along with you know, the NMAX, and of course that'll affect the Lethbridge Hurricanes. Is there discussions with the organization as well? Yes, there are. Yes, and as I mentioned, the NMAX piece is a little bit unique, and we also have to look at it from a health and safety of staff perspective as well. But those conversations are ongoing. Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thanks again, Deputy Mayor. My question to the City Manager, please. Mr. City Manager, there's a lot of whereases in this resolution, and the whereases to me, quite frankly, mean nothing. It's the operative clause that is what Council votes on. And the operative clause, I'll read it, is, therefore be it resolved that the City of Lethbridge require that masks be worn in all city-owned facilities until December 31st, 2021. Is that statement there, that therefore be it resolved, is that statement not already mandated by the province? That all masks must be worn not only in all city-owned facilities, but pretty much everywhere except for outside?
Yes, it does apply, and that is in place now as a result of the provincial health order. What I can't speak to or speculate is the until December 2021 part of the operative clause, because the province has put it in place, but I can't speak to what a potential end date might look for the health order.
So to be clear, the province has put their mandate in, which covers this, therefore be it resolved. The only thing the province hasn't done is indicated a date that they may consider, or reconsider anything to their mask mandate. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman and Councillor Parker are in the queue.
Okay, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you. I'm just actually processing the response from the City Manager because I think that answered my question, so I'll step out. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
Thank you. My question is to the Mayor, and I'll have a few other questions. But, Mr. Mayor, at the start of your debate and the answer to your question to Councillor Morrow, you said that the province was discouraging the use of masks. I can't recall a time when the province was discouraging. Can you probably clarify that for me?
Sure. At the early part of the summer, it was when the province announced the easing of restrictions. So that was, at that time, these things would not be needed. But now it's apparent that they are, and the province has reinstated them.
So I want to make sure, because the word discourage is kind of the opposite of recommendations. Because I think the province, from what from off the bat, no matter what, even when they did lift things on July 1st, they did encourage masks when appropriate. So I just am concerned when I hear the word discouraged. I just don't recall the province discouraging the use, but
not required. Yeah.
Thank you.
Mayor Spearman, is there another question?
No one else is in the queue. Councillor Miyashiro.
I have an amendment I'd like to present.
Councillor Miyashiro has an amendment to add to the last clause, so add to the operative clause, and provide adequate enforcement resources should the province rescind the health order requiring facial coverings. Okay, do you have a seconder for that?
For the purpose of debate and information on it, I'll second it.
Okay, so seconded by Councillor Kaufman. Okay, so you have provided an amendment. Please go ahead and provide the rationale.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. And remember, your resolution is all about masking in city facilities. We're not talking about overarching masking bylaw like we had before. In order to protect our employees, then we need to do what we can. That was the whole gist of the smoking bylaw, if you recall. It went from just not wanting smoking to protecting employees, and went to a employment safety perspective. And this will be the same thing. And I think if we look at it that way, and we obviously, we've been around this long enough to know the risk we have to people being unmasked, whether you're vaccinated or not. What this would allow us to do is keep the facial covering resolution in place in city-owned and operated facilities, and provide some resources for enforcement, whether that's additional bylaw officers, just to help the city staff to deal with this. Because we knew before that there were some issues when we had our facial covering bylaw in place, and the province didn't. There was an issue of pushback. This way, as the chief probably has talked about before, is the idea is just to get people out of the building, not to arrest them or anything. It's to say, hey, you need to wear a facial covering in here, or you need to leave.
Okay, thank you. So questions, Councillor Kaufman?
No, I'm going to step out. Thank you.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want a clarification. Where does schools sit on this? I know that the province has said that schools can make their own discussion. If this was to pass, would this affect schools at all in any way? Just want to make sure I've clarified on that.
Well, in my understanding, the answer is no. Schools are governed by school boards who make their own jurisdictional decisions.
I want to make sure I was clear on that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Just a question to the mover or to the amendment. Provide adequate enforcement resources. Do we know what that is? Have you spoken with city manager? Do we know what that cost would be, or if there's where that would come from? I just don't see anything here. How adequate enforcement resources is quite vague.
What I failed to put in there, the adequate enforcement resources would come with a council contingency. So it could be whatever the city manager and administration feel is necessary to protect the staff in our facilities from people that aren't wearing masks. So it becomes, what we're doing is providing the framework, and what the city manager and his staff are going to do is provide the means for which to protect the staff of the city.
Protect them from fighting because of I'll leave it at that. That's all good. Thanks.
Okay, are there any further questions on the amendment? I see none, so move to debate on the amendment.
I'll open for, my colleagues can open.
Any debate on the amendment? I see none.
Mr. Spearman, I've stated my case. I'd call the question on the amendment.
Okay. I think we'll have a roll call vote on the amendment, please.
Councillor Higgin.
Opposed.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro.
In favor.
Councillor Parker.
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
That's 2-6. That's lost.
Okay, so we're back to the original resolution. Any further questions on the original resolution? Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. It's clearly stated, it's in the operative clause, but let's just make sure we all understand. This is a requirement to wear masks in all city-owned facilities till December 31st, 2021. So this would include everything from NMAX, YMCA, on the west side, the pools. Is this indoor facilities or outdoor facilities? What's the Fritz Fritz Stadium?
It's the indoor facilities, and of course, there would be some additional nuances. Within those facilities, we would do what we were doing previously when we had a mask mandate. So people would have to wear masks going into a swimming pool, but could take them off for the actual swimming lessons and then put them back on again after the swimming lesson. So yes, it's just the indoor facilities, yeah.
Okay, and just a question then on the spits. How did the spits work? No masking was required there. I don't think we necessarily have anything coming up there, but just it's one of those things that rattles around.
I'm not sure if Mr. Harper's still with us or not. I would ask him to join and maybe address that. I don't know if we've done any thinking on that. I think what we would, I would interpret this to read as was just described, we would go back to applying the same protocol in city-owned facilities we did under the previous mandatory citywide bylaw, but it would just at that time be applying to city facilities. And I'm not sure if we have anybody that can speak to the spits right now, but we would apply the same approach there.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Any further questions? Okay, we'll move to debate. So I'll try to assist with the debate without directing the debate. That's okay? Well, just because of the technology, Deputy Mayor Campbell is managing this aspect of the meeting. Okay, so I think the resolution speaks for itself. It's just addressing a situation that could occur in the event that the province removes the mask mandate province-wide, and we may still desire to have masks worn in the city of Lethbridge. If the province masking mandate stays in place until the end of December, it's a non-issue, but in the event that it's removed, we have an opportunity in Lethbridge to maintain masking at least within city facilities. So that's the purpose of it. So that's my opening of debate.
I see Deputy Mayor Belinda Croson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
I mean, oops.
I appreciate where this is coming from. I appreciate that this was written before the province made their decision last week, and that, you know, we feel the need to ensure the safety of the community to the best of our ability. I was actually expecting that we would remove this from the agenda today when the province made their announcement, because what we're doing is putting something in place in case something else happens. And I'm a little worried about that. I always like to have things in our back pocket, so I cannot support this at this time. I am hoping the province will keep theirs in for the foreseeable future, and council, this one or the next, can always have a special meeting to make adjustments as needed, but at this time, I cannot support this motion.
Councillor Morrow.
Mayor,
Thank you.
Acting Mayor, Deputy Mayor Campbell, we have Councillor Parker and Councillor Miyashiro in the queue, and then Councillor Hagan, and then Councillor Morrow.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Mayor, for bringing this forward, because if you would have asked me last Wednesday or Thursday, I would have said, you know, this is probably a good idea, and I could have supported it. And I do believe I did support this when we did bring this first resolution forward back last July, or if not early August, in regards to our city facilities, because we are the board of directors. We have an opportunity to have a voice on the facilities that we own. And then there was always a line in the sand when we went into the private sector, but I won't go there because this is what this resolution is speaking about. The reason why I thought this was going to be withdrawn, because I thought that the province was about time that they came out and they made a decision on the masking. And I think they took they gave cover to a lot of municipalities across the whole province, and that they kind of made the decision for us. I think I appreciate the intentions of what you're doing and that it's kind of a backstop just in case the province does pull something and our numbers are still high. I trust that the province is going to do the best that they can on the information that they have at the time. And if our area, that being the South region, is an area of concern, I think that they can bring a special mandate or special guidelines in place, just like they did in Northern Alberta when numbers did hit a certain number. I think this would cause great confusion if we did pass this. For the reason being, I'm just going to think of a hurricane game. If suddenly the province lifted the order, then people have this mixed message going to a hurricane game. Well, I thought we didn't have to wear masks. We mean I have to wear masks. And then it's going to divide a community. And that's the concern I have. I think it's best at being an expert, listening to the experts in this. And I trust and hope that the province keeps this mandate order in place until numbers come to a reasonable amount where the community can be safe. And as the vaccination numbers hopefully increase, more and more people get it, we'll get there quicker. But I just don't want to cause a confusion in the community. I'm glad the province has brought something forward, and I'm going to follow what the province is doing. So for that reason, Mr. Mayor, I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Higgin.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I too will not be supporting this. Same thing, believe that this was going to be removed. This is something that's just going to further divide our community. There's such confusion out there right now. There's anger, there's angst, I mean, the community's done such an incredible job dealing with this for over 18 months. And again, then when that confusion comes in, it's going to be extremely difficult to have to watch unfold. We've stayed home when they're sick. We're washing our hands. We're socially distancing when we can't keep the 2 meters apart. And so, again, it's just going to confuse a community. And I just want to thank the community for what they've done so far. And I will not be supporting this resolution.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I also thought when I read this and then the province put their mandate in place that we should rescind this motion. And then I thought again was the whole point of us looking out for the safety of our staff. Any forward-facing staff that we have to deal with people with no masks, doesn't matter if we have barriers or not. And at the NMAC Center, the people that take tickets and the people in the concessions and the people, the ushers, everybody around there. This isn't meant to confuse people. The only people that are confused right now are the anti-maskers and anti-vaxxers. Everybody else gets it. There's no other confusion among anybody else in the community. This is just for city facilities. It's not for Safeway. It's not for Sobeys. It's not for department stores. This is city-owned facilities. This is city council giving our city manager a mandate to look after the well-being of our staff. If you look at it from that way, then you'll support this as well as I.
Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I echo a lot of the comments that were said by some previous speakers. I'm going to try and be as respectful as I can, but sometimes it's very hard when you want to speak openly and freely. First of all, this is not our mandate, number one. Never has been, never will be. So we should have stayed away from it right from day one, and we trust the experts, Alberta Health Services, Alberta Health, and the people that make those decisions, and not us. I see this as grandstanding, especially when I see the names of the members of council that are trying to push this through, and whether they agree or not, this to me is totally, and especially this last meeting, total grandstanding, because this resolution should have been pulled. We're not talking about the past, how things were. We're talking about today moving forward. The province reacted. The province made the decision. What the province says will protect all of our community, all of our workers. And the city manager, if he is so inclined and wishes to, can continue and add even more of whatever he feels is necessary to protect his staff. He doesn't need 9 members of council to tell him that, when the province has already mandated their health mandate and where we can and where we cannot wear a mask. I'm struggling with the fact that comments are made and geared towards anti-maskers, because I don't believe there really are anti-maskers, and if there are, it's a handful. And I resent the fact that term is being used quite liberal and made to put people like, I'll speak for myself, as anti-maskers, because if I was an anti-masker, I wouldn't wear a mask wherever I'm supposed to wear a mask, and I comply to the rules that the province has mandated. And I think most of us are like that. Yeah, there's a handful that maybe won't, but the majority of us will. And be honest with you, if you've gone out and about, which I haven't been doing much of that, but the little bit that I have, people are wearing masks already. They don't need to be told the difference between right and wrong. People have God-given brains and can make the decision, and they know what's right and they know what's wrong. Listening to 2 of my colleagues call people anti-maskers and say that this is the appropriate thing and this is the protecting the community, in my mind, is total bullshit. And for that reason, I won't support this resolution.
That's okay. It's the last meeting. I don't take it personally. There's absolutely no grandstanding involved here. Of course, we all saw for 4 weeks the situation accelerating, and there was no indication.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. Is there anybody else in line to debate? Because if not, then I'm assuming you're closing debate?
Yes, I am closing.
Okay, thank you.
So, we saw the situation accelerate for 4 weeks, and there was no sign of the government. Yep. Suddenly, Friday morning, they announced that they were going to have a conference. And my resolution was submitted on the Friday before, a week ago Friday, in order to meet the deadlines for the Agenda Review Committee, which discussed and included this resolution on the agenda. So after the government announcement at 11 o'clock on Friday, I did reflect on this. And I did think about things, about the risks to the city. And I thought about the fact that, unfortunately, we have had a city employee who passed away from COVID. And there are risks to people in vulnerable situations in our city, our employees. I also looked at some of the information that there are more than just residents of the city of Lethbridge using our facilities. And the vaccination rates in the city of Lethbridge are higher than most areas, so that's admirable, and I commend everyone. But there's 2 factors to remember right now. Those are that until the vaccination rates go over 90%, we really won't get herd immunity. And so even at rates in the high 70s, the experts are saying that masks are needed. So the second point is people coming into our city from outside of the city with lower rates of vaccination and accessing our public facilities pose a risk to others. So for that reason, masks will help. It's not foolproof, but thinking about what the current situation is and trying to mitigate the possibility that we might have further proliferation of COVID-19 and specifically the Delta variants. We all know that the people that are in ICU right now are 100% of them, we've heard, are all people who are unvaccinated. So anything we can do to minimize that risk in our city facilities would show that we care for the citizens of Lethbridge and our employees. So for that reason, I thought it was important to have the debate. I'm sorry it became so personal, but the intent was not grandstanding. The intent was to act in the best interests of the citizens we serve and our employees. That is my close.
Thank you. I'll ask. I assume that we'll take the vote, and I'll ask City Clerk to take a roll call.
Councillor Morrow?
Absolutely not.
Councillor
Opposed. I am opposed.
Councillor Miyashiro?
In favor.
Councillor Parker?
Opposed.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman?
In favor.
Councillor Kaufman?
In favor.
Councillor Higgin?
Opposed.
It's 3 to 5, that's lost.
Thank you. Okay.
Two bylaws that don't require a public hearing. Do you want to do them, or do you want to go with that?
We'll do them, and then we'll go in camera. Yep. Okay. Okay, Acting Mayor Croson, I have your name in the queue. Is there?
I'm still in the queue from something past.
Okay.
I will remove that.
Okay, we're going to deal with bylaws that don't require a public hearing. So bylaw 6326, utility deferral adjustment, electricity. For second reading, I need a mover for this. Anyone volunteer? Everybody understands this resolution? I need a mover. Councillor Parker?
This is the one on August 24th, 6326?
Yep. Sure. Okay, moved by Councillor Parker. For second reading, be it resolved that bylaw 6326, utility deferral adjustment electricity, be given second reading. Councillor Parker.
First of all, is there any questions from members of council on this one?
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. To City Manager or Designate, this is the creation of an additional rider, right? Is this the consequence of the policy that electrical utilities would be covered by the province, but they're stepping back from people that couldn't pay it? And now everybody is actually going to contribute to that. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you. Is it mandatory?
It is.
We've been mandated by the province of Alberta to include this rider on our electric utilities.
That's correct.
So if council were to defeat this bylaw, what's the consequence of that?
Actually, that's a good question. I don't know what provincial action, AUC, Alberta Utility Commission action is available to them, but presumably there's something that they could do.
What's This is our last meeting, Mr. Hawkins. Do you want to guess?
I won't.
Thank you. Do we have a dollar figure as what would be generated then in the city of Lethbridge?
The only figure that I was made aware of just prior to the meeting is that for a typical residential customer, this amounts to less than 30 cents a month for 4 months.
Thank you. So it just is the 4-month period?
That's correct.
Looking to see if the
Does it say just 4 months on here?
end on the bylaw.
The bylaw doesn't speak to the, I don't believe speaks to a definitive end date. I defer to the city solicitor, but the indications at this particular point is AUC will give us explicit instructions when to terminate the rider. Once sufficient funds have been collected by all electric customers in the province to cover the uncollected debt, uncollected accounts. And that is estimated to be a 4-month period.
Okay, I would like an amendment added to this then that actually be 4 months. And if AUC comes back and says it needs to be longer, we reactivate the bylaw. I see the city solicitor on the screen. I don't know if he has anything to add to that.
It does say
The
June
bylaw-
18th. Sorry.
The AUC ruling 034 expires on June 18th, 2022. And that's why we picked June 18th, 2022 for the bylaw to cease being in effect.
Yeah, just further to that, Councillor Kaufman, it is, so we do have an end date, but, which is further out than 4 months, but 4 months is what's been indicated, would be based on current consumption across the province, would be the point at which the province would be whole.
Thank you, and I understand and appreciate the wisdom of the June 18th, 2022 deadline. However, we will continue collecting this fee. We will continue collecting this fee until AUC says you no longer collect it.
That's right. We will wait explicitly for their instructions to cease collecting the rider. And that is not uncommon with other riders that we currently have in place today. Rider C in particular follows that same process. It's based on AUC direction, both the amount and duration.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. Just further to Councillor Kaufman's question. So if the date was to be 4 months from now, and that's what they anticipate the time to be, could we not come back at that time and changes and do the change to the bylaw, or is that a whole process that we'd have first, second, third reading? Could we do something there as we've done in the past? I'm sure. I don't know if it's yourself, sorry, Mr. Hawkins, or if that's our city solicitor, city manager, anybody?
I think I'll defer to Mr. Lowen, but if you're asking Councillor Higgin, if we didn't put this June date in and we made it a shorter date, a quicker time frame, but we were obligated to extend by AUC to continue to collect on the rider, I think you're right. It would trigger the need to come back and amend the bylaw and give it three readings in order to do that. This way, there's no need to come back. It would only have to come back if for some reason we're June of next year and the province has still indicated that there's a shortfall that needs to be collected through this rider.
I know that it's I feel a one bitten twice shy sometimes, but riders go on and then riders don't come off. Is what I think in my mind, and it's like, okay, we'll find something to keep this on and 6 months down, but I don't know if Mr. Lowen, you've got anything to add.
I think that the context that I would add is failing to add this rider as directed by the Alberta Utilities Commission would mean that we're not in compliance with the regulator. And I wouldn't want to speculate on what the consequences of that would be.
Okay, and so other communities, I guess, another question, other communities are doing this 8 months, not 4 months. Do we know, have we seen any others that we can?
The indication is that everybody will be subjected to the same amount. So Rider E, if it's 30 cents a month, will apply equivalently to every municipality, every retail, or every jurisdiction.
I'm sorry, I'm just talking about the end date. Is there? Do we know any others that have already passed this?
No, they haven't. This just puts it in place so the AUC can then instruct us to start collecting, and then the AUC will tell us when to cease to collect on the rider, and it will be the same for everybody. It will be the same duration. Our obligations to start it will come at the same time as all other jurisdictions, and the time frame to cease will typically happen all at the same time across the province.
Sorry, maybe I didn't say that right. I understand that it's going to be within every community. I'm just wondering if there's other communities that have already put this bylaw in, and if they've given a different time, 4 months, 6 months, 8 months. That's my question, but that's fine.
I'm not sure. I don't know that we have an answer to that question.
Okay. That's all right. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mr. Spearman. I'm getting back, sorry, thanks to Councillor Kaufman for raising this issue. When I was looking through our materials, I was kind of thinking the same thing. Just two things. First thing for clarity, Mr. Hawkins, the government created the Utility Payment Deferral Program Act during COVID, the heights of COVID, to help people that were having trouble paying their bills, right?
Correct.
At that point, was it made clear when this edict came down who would actually pay for this?
They did indicate at the inception of this that because there were a number of retailers that raised this issue of bad debt or uncollected accounts, and what would be the provision to make folks whole in some fashion. So the government did indicate through AUC that there would be a provision put in place like this at some point upon the conclusion of the program, and it concluded several months ago, of course. And that all utilities would be subject to the rate rider in order to recover the uncollected accounts.
Okay, but the province didn't say that the province would help cover the shortfall. They did make it clear that whoever was responsible for the collecting the fees would be the ones responsible.
Correct.
Mr. Lowen, you were saying you don't want to speculate on what might happen if we don't comply with the request from the AUC. Can you just clarify what that means? What is a possibility? I think we all need to understand the consequences if this doesn't pass.
We could lose the ability to operate as an electric utility, ultimately. I mean, I say that realizing it's an extreme outcome, but I would frame it in the same way that we do like policies in corporations and at the city, that employees failing to follow them are subject to consequences, up to and including dismissal. So I'm certainly not suggesting that if we didn't pass this tomorrow, we would be decommissioned, but it would be a serious matter to defy the regulator of the industry.
Right. So then, if we're going to speculate further, if that were to happen, they would have to purchase all of our equipment, all of our power poles, all of our power lines, all of our undergrounds. Is that correct? All of our substations?
That would be a very extreme example. There's a list of penalties, administrative penalties in the Act,
right,
for people that are not following the regulator. It could be a penalty of up to $1 million for every day or part of a day on which the contravention occurs. Could be a one-time amount to address the economic benefit of the commission if they think that we've derived some economic benefit from it. They have a lot of flexibility in crafting their administrative penalties for failing to comply with their rules.
Okay, great, thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of my questions have been asked, but I've got just a few others. So I'm assuming, Mr. Hawkins, that every utility, everyone that pays an electric bill will share in this equally, whether it's residential, commercial, or industrial, or does it change depending on the amount change depending on whether you're industrial or commercial versus residential?
Yeah, it applies to all electric customers that are overseen by the electric utility. The calculation does vary depending on whether you're a residential customer or small commercial, large commercial, but it's essentially equivalent. We just have the vast majority of the accounts associated with this were residential customers in the province at the time, but there were small commercial businesses equivalent to residential that are subject to the rider as well. So there are a couple nuances, but again, we have been given very explicit instructions from the Alberta Utility Commission as to how to calculate the rider depending on your customer and cost of service in your community in order to recover an equivalent amount, an equitable amount, regardless of where you are in the province.
So it'll be based on consumption. So if I consume more than you, this rider for me will be a little bit higher than for you. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yep. And again,
okay.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go. Thank you.
No, the upper end of this this rider is expected to be less than 50% or 30 cents per month. And again, assuming the 4 months is accurate. So we're talking a typical customer in Lethbridge would pay just $1.50 over the next 4 months in order to participate in collecting these uncollected accounts across the province.
And did they give you a dollar amount of what this uncollected account, how much it is? Do we have any idea what how much money they're trying to collect?
I don't have that number right at my fingertips, Councillor Moore.
Okay, and we do trust that they will collect just what they need, what hasn't been collected, and that's it. And this will show up as a separate line item on our utility bill. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Yeah, I do appreciate in the information that administration provided no other options being put forth by the Alberta government at this time. So we are limited in our options. I never liked limited options, so let's look at this as the Kobayashi Maru. Let's see if we have other options. Can the city just pay for this on behalf of the customers, or is that not allowed?
That option is not on, that isn't what's been described to us as an option.
Okay.
I suppose that if council was inclined just to say, you know, how much do we owe as a community, as a city, and to write them a check, that's a possibility. I can't imagine that that's something they want to entertain. They want to apply a rider in a very consistent basis across the province in order to make this, to collect this additional revenue.
So it may or may not be an option depending on council's decision, but the suggested recommendation is to go with the rider for customers in Lethbridge.
That's correct. The utility and our billing agents and utility services here at the city of Lethbridge are already set up to add an additional rider to the customer's account in order to collect this on behalf of the Alberta Utility Commission.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. So just following up on what Councillor Croson was asking. So it's all about the mechanism to collect the money, not actually what the money is? Like, help me out here, Mr. Hawkins. So I know this has nothing to do with you because you're just following what has been asked of us, but let's say it's $10,000 a month. And if it's for 4 months, and rather than put a rider on people's bills and showing that they have to pay a little bit more, if we just cut them a check for $40,000 and said, here, this should cover what our responsibility is to make up for the difference for the people that couldn't pay their bills.
There is several $1 million, as I understand it, associated with this particular rider across the province, and they have dictated already how they intend to collect in order to make up to distribute the shortfall and the uncollected services or the uncollected accounts. It is well understood, the rider approach is a well understood mechanism by which to do a short-term revenue collection by the AUC and by all of the utilities. And so that's why they're using that particular method in order to recover these unaccounted for revenues. So it is, that's why again, this is historical, this is a standard approach, it's well understood by utilities, so it doesn't create any additional confusion for us, but frankly, it does create confusion for the customer because they're going to see rider E or whatever the label is on their bill for a short period of time, and then it'll disappear. And everybody complains about the fact that their electric bill's got 17 line items already. So, however, having said that, that is the construct of an electric utility bill is not ours. It is dictated by the regulator, and today, and this is again just another thing that they're dictating to us, in particular with this deferral program that they implemented last year.
Thank you. And my last question is, does this create more red tape or does it eliminate red tape?
I think it's neutral. I think I couldn't say that it was either more or it's definitely not less, but it's about neutral.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you. I'll step out.
Anyone else? All questions are exhausted. Can we move on to debate?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, obviously, good intentions here in helping out the citizens of the province when the province first brought this in. And in a perfect world, everyone would have paid up on their deferral. But of course, unfortunately, not everyone could. And at the end of the day, we all have to help out the greater good. If you look at this the way it's written, it's something we really can't say no to. It's a price of roughly 30 cents, what we've been told, for the next 4 months to help make up for the shortfall in the delinquent accounts. So I'd ask for council support.
Question has been called. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Kaufman, anyone else?
Opposed.
Okay, Councillor Crowson, Councillor Kaufman, passes 6-2. Thank you. Okay, that was first reading. That was second reading. Third reading from Councillor Parker. Be it resolved that bylaw 6326, utility deferral adjustment, electricity, be given third reading, and the mayor and the city clerk be authorized to sign and seal the same. Councillor Parker.
Question, Mr. Mayor.
Question's been called. All in favor? Opposed? Councillor Kaufman and Councillor Crowson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Next one is bylaw 6291, a bylaw to repeal bylaw 6129 and remove the designation of the Bentley Block as a municipal historic resource. Do I have a volunteer for this resolution? Councillor Miyashiro. Be it resolved that bylaw 6291, a bylaw to repeal bylaw 6129 and remove the designation of the Bentley Block as a municipal historic resource, be given second reading. Councillor Miyashiro.
Bylaw 6291, we would repeal the existing bylaw 6129 as amended, which designated the Bentley Block at 118 Fifth Street South as a municipal historic resource. The owners of the property have requested the designation be removed so that they may pursue demolition of the building.
Questions? I see none.
Oh, I I see Mr. Kilgore is here. Can answer the question. So ultimately, what is going to happen if we pass this? Just want a clarification.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. There is a presentation, actually. Are we not doing the presentation?
Were we going to do a presentation, or were we just dealing with the bylaw?
I understand that Agenda Review Committee asked not for a presentation at their last meeting.
Sorry, Councillor, to answer your question, if this bylaw was passed today, that would repeal the earlier bylaw which designated this property. So essentially it would just become like any other property in the city after that. The owners would then be free to apply for a demolition permit if they chose to.
Great. Just wanted to, I was sort of getting a double negative feeling there that I wasn't quite catching, so now I understand. Thank you.
Any other questions? Move on to debate. Councillor Miyashiro.
No debate.
Any debate? Acting Mayor Crowson.
Thank you. I don't think anybody will be surprised that I'm strongly opposed to this bylaw. I don't think people realize the amount of work behind the scenes that went into saving the Oliver building by all sorts of people, and thank heavens it was finally saved. But I remember years ago, before people were even thinking about saving that building, sitting in a meeting, and back then I was a volunteer, and I sat in a meeting and there was a bunch of engineers and people there, and one of them said there are even people crazy enough to try and save the Oliver building. And I'm sitting there thinking, going, you mean me? Well, it was saved. And sometimes crazy things do happen because there is some vision. I think we all know the statement, show me your budget, and I'll tell you what you value. And one of the things we need to value is our heritage and our historic buildings. Other communities have saved buildings that are past this one. In England, not that long ago, a group took down a historic pub. It was a designated building, and they were forced to rebuild it brick by brick because that was the value of the community. The Acadia building, which is the old Dove Christian store on 3rd Avenue South, had a major fire. That building was saved long before any of you would know. The Hannah, the Roundhouse, was saved. These buildings can be saved if the will is there. These buildings should outlast any of us if we do this properly. Now, I'm not doing this just on behalf of a historic building. As I said, show me your budget and I'll tell you what you value. We put $1 million into the curling next year, and amazing. I mean, that is great. But that is an event that will last a week or so and be gone. That event, we can't even tell what the return on investment will be. We look at these sporting events, and we do not see as much money coming back from as people think. But when we look at historic buildings, we understand the value economically. You want to promote local ownership and local economic development? Save your historic buildings. You want to help business startups and help young entrepreneurs? Save your historic buildings. Anyone who works in the heritage field knows that an established building or an established business, they can do just fine in a new building. But when you watch the new businesses, you watch how they gravitate to those historic buildings, and there's a reason for that. Young entrepreneurs, young startup businesses use historic buildings. You want to support the trades? Save historic buildings, because the work that goes into this will be done by our local trades. You want to keep the young people from the university and college here? Save historic buildings. The return on investment from these buildings far outweighs most thing we have. I am asking my colleagues to be people of courage, people of vision, because we know saving this building is a matter of money, but we know that this building can be saved. Let's not be the ones who sign its death knell. Let's not be the ones who add to that list of buildings in Lethbridge that people remember from decades past. The Marquis, the Central School, and on and on. I do not want to be one of those city councils that people look back on and go, if only they had courage and vision, that building would stand. So I absolutely oppose this bylaw.
Thank you for that debate. Is there any other debate? Councillor Miyashiro?
Right. I'm closing.
Okay, Councillor Morrow?
Thank you. I was just going to say that throughout this term, a lot of times Councillor Coulson and I have been on opposite ends, but I must say thank you for saying what you said today, because I totally believe what you said and I support what you said, and I totally agree 100% with your comments. Thank you.
Any further debate? Okay. Certainly it's a difficult decision. And of course, any building that does get restored, of course, it requires people with the funds, the investment to do that. The city provides incentives, of course, for those types of things. Ultimately, we're relying on the private sector, and we had some people who acquired this property and made some, let's say at this point, I guess the determination is in their opinion, it can't be restored. So it's always a challenge and it's always a difficult decision. So I'm on the fence. But certainly, Councillor Crowson offers a compelling and passionate argument, so I do thank her for that. Councillor Miyashiro to close.
Thank you very much, Mr. Spearman, and thank you, Councillor Crowson. I could not have said that more eloquently than you just did. I have to remember that a few years ago, the same building group applicants asked us to designate this as a municipal resource because they felt there was a real advantage to it. And we also gave them a little bit of leeway on the facade. About a year and a half later, for the design part, they wanted to make a change to the facade that didn't meet the with agreement from the Historical Society. But we thought, that'd be okay. Let's give it to them and let them move on with the project. And now that this group doesn't want to deal with the hassle of having a municipal historic resource, it's a bit mind-boggling that 3 years ago they just didn't even have to go for municipal historic resource, and they could have done all this. So I would urge my colleagues to not approve this.
Okay, that is your close. All in favor? Okay. And opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, do we want to do a roll call just to confirm that?
Councillor Miyashiro.
Opposed.
Councillor Parker.
Favor.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Opposed.
Deputy Mayor Campbell.
Opposed.
Mayor Spearman.
Opposed?
Councillor Kaufman.
Opposed.
Councillor Higgin.
Favor.
Councillor Morrow.
Opposed.
2 to 6, that's lost.
Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a public hearing starting in 12 minutes. I think we'll take a break. Yes?
Mr. Mayor, do you not have to go to third reading?
Yeah, we do. Thank you for that. Well, wait a second. It
Your
lost the
Worship,
second reading.
reading was lost.
It's defeated.
Sorry, you're right. It was lost. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we have a public hearing at 4 o'clock. We'll just take a media break, allow council to take a break, and we'll resume at 4 o'clock with the public hearing.
is now joining.
Good afternoon. We're now moving to the public hearings. We'll start with bylaw 6288. I call the public hearing for bylaw 6288, land use bylaw amendment re 4403 and 4505 24th Avenue South. The procedure for this hearing will be, we will begin by calling upon Tyson Boylan, Senior Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Tyson Boylan to provide the background to the case. Mr. Boylan?
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. Is the presentation showing there? I can't see it on my screen.
It is on the screen.
It's on the screen now. Okay, very good. Okay, so Your Worship and members of Council, this is bylaw 6288. It's a proposed land use bylaw amendment to 4403 and 4505 24th Avenue South. Next slide, please. So my presentation today will cover the relevant information regarding the land use bylaw amendment, and it will give an evaluation of it. We will finish up with our department's recommendation to City Council at the end. Next slide, please. So the applicant is Brian Vandenberg, who owns the properties in the Skyline RV dealership next to these parcels. His daughter Jamie is here today and will be presenting after I'm done. Also, members of our transportation department are here to help answer transportation questions as well. The applicant would like to rezone an area to a DC bylaw to allow the development of a drive-in theater and outdoor event center as an interim land use as described in the Southeast ASP. Next slide, please. So the amendment area is in approximately the southeast corner of development in the city, which is shown as a red star above here. Next slide. And the proposed amendment is outlined in a green hatched area on this more detailed map and is located in an area known as the Southeast Employment Center. To the south is 24th Avenue and the developing Discovery residential neighborhood. And to the west is 43rd Street. And further west of this, 200 meters away, is the existing Redwood residential neighborhood. Next slide, please. So here's a look at the amendment area, which is outlined in green on the 2019 air photo. And since this time, the Discovery neighborhood to the south has been developing. The subject site contains numerous recreational vehicles as it is part of the RV dealership that also lies on the parcels to the west. Also directly to the west is a retail cannabis shop and an electrical substation. To the east is a trucking company and a craft supply business. Next slide, please. So this photo is looking northwest across the site on the 24th Avenue Service Road. As you can see, the site is still being used to store RVs as part of the Skyline RV business. Next slide, please. So here are the relevant planning documents to the proposed rezoning. And this demonstrates the planning work that has been done to date for the area, and most recently with the Southeast ASP in 2016. Next slide, please. Here's the ASP concept map from 2016, which displays a general neighborhood layout and land uses. The red circle corresponds to the amendment area, which was shown as being part of the special planning area, which allows for commercial uses along 24th Avenue South, in addition to either residential or light industrial uses in this area. Further detail of this will be provided at the future outline plan stage when it is approved. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the existing land use on the left and the proposed land use on the right to compare them side by side. The applicant wants to develop a drive-in movie theater and outdoor event center, which would be allowed under the proposed DC bylaw. The capacity of this is limited to 260 vehicles, and a traffic impact assessment was also completed as part of the rezoning, and it provided guidance to some of the regulations that are found under the proposed DC bylaw that deal with traffic. Next slide, please. So shown here is Appendix B of the proposed bylaw. This shows the location and the maximum area on the site to which the proposed drive-in and outdoor event center will be located. It will consume the northern portion of the site behind the substation, while the existing RV storage will still be located on the southern portion of the parcels. Next slide, please. So for evaluation and analysis, the application fulfills the policies of the regional plan and the MDP, and the recently approved MDP also confirmed that these parcels will be part of a broader area for future residential and commercial development. Next slide, please. In regards to this being considered as an interim development, the overarching Southeast ASP contains policies on this matter. These were discussed in the ASP to give area landowners some development flexibility while waiting for necessary infrastructure and planning to occur, as long as they do not interfere in the ultimate long-term development for the area. This ASP also requires interim land uses to be adopted as DC bylaw, which brings us to where we are at today. Next slide, please. So as the proposed drive-in theater and event center is considered an interim land use, additional utility servicing is not required, and there will be minimal site improvements, and further subdivision will be restricted. This avoids costly improvements to the broader public infrastructure at this time and makes it relatively easy to redevelop once the land is ready for full urban development and infrastructure has been extended. That being said, it is also compatible with the adjacent existing and future planned commercial uses. The proposed DC district has been drafted and reviewed with input from city staff, and the bylaw was also sent to staff from Alberta Transportation for their review. As 24th Avenue and 43rd Street are both part of the provincial highway system, and they are satisfied with the regulations that are contained within this DC bylaw. Next slide, please. So mailouts were sent out to the 9 owners of the parcel shown on the green hatched areas above. Ads also appeared in the Herald, and this was also advertised on the city's website. As of today's date, we have heard from over 25 members of the public. They have expressed concerns in regards to traffic, noise, property values, and safety, and there are numerous written submissions that express this that are part of your agenda today. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, Bylaw 6288 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area. It will still allow the existing RV storage to operate on most of the site. And finally, the proposal complies with the Southeast ASP policies concerning interim land uses. Next slide, please. And it is our recommendation that City Council approve Bylaw 6288. Thank you.
Okay. I now call upon the applicant, Jamie Vandenberg, to make a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you, and good morning, Mayor Spearman and members of City Council. My name is Jamie Vandenberg, and I'd like to begin my presentation by thanking Tyson Boylan and anyone else with the city who has helped forward the proposal to this point. As a recent university graduate, it can feel overwhelming when you have little experience, and I truly appreciate all the help that I've received on this matter. The pandemic has left many people feeling helpless when there are so many in need. Nonprofits, charities, and social services have never been more important. But with limited funds and time, no one can help them all. Many rely on fundraising events such as galas and casino nights, neither of which have been practical in this past year. We are proposing this rezoning so that we can create a community fundraising platform to assist the needs of our community. We intend to do so through a not-for-profit drive-in theater and an outdoor event center. We'd like to feature a different local cause weekly where a percentage of the ticketing revenue from the event would be donated to the featured cause in exchange for volunteers to help run the show. Since drive-in theaters and concerts were eventually permitted during the midst of the pandemic, we believe it would be a great service for our city to maintain unity and raise funds for those in need during troubling times. The overall benefits from this rezoning do not stop at fundraising alone. If granted the ability to have the outdoor event center, we can utilize this to have a stage open to religious events as well. In challenging times, it's natural to lean on one's faith. But when you can't attend church in person, you sometimes lose the sense of community that church services bring. We propose that a stage and sound system, accessible for drive-in concerts, could also propose a solution to this issue, as the event center stage could be open to local religious groups to provide a drive-in service if need be. While noise and traffic have been a concern raised by some, I'd like to clarify that we will be in accordance with the respective noise bylaw, and as such, will not be operating any outdoor speakers past the permitted times. With that being said, we plan to operate audio for Jamie's Drive-In using an FM transmitter to make the movie soundtrack available by car radio, and plan to use outdoor speakers seldomly. If granted the ability to have an outdoor event center, we could showcase local musicians on our stage before the show to encourage a staggered entrance, as well as for an intermission so moviegoers can enjoy local artists while stopping by some of the food trucks that we intend to invite. We have no intentions on being loud throughout the night, as our target audience is new families looking to make memories and older citizens looking to reminisce in the nostalgia of the event. There have also been questions about how this can be permitted as an interim use, and we'd like to clarify that we intend to have the screen and stage constructed out of sea cans that will be framed in, as other venues have done in Alberta. This way, the cans can be deconstructed and moved with relative ease if urban development is required on this land in the future. And let's be honest, we need the weight of the sea cans because nobody wants a blow-up screen blowing halfway to Coots by intermission. There have also been questions about how this can be permitted. It will bring Lethbridge a smaller scale venue than the exhibition, with the ability to bring community together just the same. Although our population has been growing, many of us feel that Lethbridge is still a small town at heart. And today, I wish to encourage neighborly compassion. We want to see our community grow together while presenting opportunities to showcase our talented musicians, our local films, our food trucks, and our ability to give back. I am honored for the opportunity to present this rezoning and will do my best to answer any questions there may be. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, and now call upon the pre-registered speakers. As a reminder, presenters have 5 minutes to speak to the issue. The first pre-registered speaker is Mr. Wayne Shimoda. Welcome.
Good afternoon, and thank you, Mayor Spearman and City Councilors, for allowing me to speak today. I don't do this very often. Actually, it's my first time. So, my name is Wayne Shimoda. I live at 4218 22nd Avenue South. I want to address the rezoning development of the drive-in theater, event theater. I'm here to present my objections to the rezoning and also present feedback from my immediate neighbors in the area. I've lived in this location since 1982. My backyard faces 43rd Street, and directly at the said location. The area in question for future urban development, I believe, was designed for light commercial and businesses, I believe, back in 2016. Our objections include the following: noise, light, traffic, safety, litter, crime, and property value. So previously the lady before addressed the noise, but I'll just read what I have here. She might have addressed some of those. Typically during warm weather, people like to have the windows open later in the evening. Drive-ins typically start at sunset. People leaving could be from 11 to 12 a.m. at night, creating traffic noise at night. We can hear concert music from Exhibition Park at times for a concert, and I can't imagine how loud a concert would be like a block and a half away. Talked to a neighbor across the street with a newborn. She is very concerned about the increase in noise affecting her child's sleep. We already have a large amount of traffic noise from trucks using engine brakes at all times of the day and night. And this is one more additional noise burden that would become absolutely unbearable. Traffic noise is so loud on 43rd at times we cannot even have a conversation on our deck. Light. The drive-in screen is potential to be 36 feet high, which is a maximum, I believe, which is taller than most two-story homes in the area, with the possibility of maximum 260 vehicles driving in and out with headlights on for drive-in and lighting from the drive-in movie screen itself. All that lighting would be shining into people's homes. At on the south 26th Avenue side, there is one home pointing directly at the said area, and it has like 6 large picture windows, so I can't imagine them being happy about that. Concerts would have bright stage lights, flashing with music, creating flashing lights into people's homes, but she said maybe that would be earlier, I'm not sure. With the driving screen so close to the roadways could affect traffic safety for people watching the screen inadvertently, potentially wanting to watch a movie scene as they're driving on 26th Avenue. Traffic is increasing exponentially in our area. Some will come due to the new school in the area, increase residential traffic, and some want to simply bypass Meredith Drive to get to retail businesses. There will be even more noise late at night due to the traffic, leaving driving concert, honking horns, maybe cars accelerating traffic congestion. Safety. We have seen people illegally, dangerously crossing 4 lanes of 43rd Street by foot to get to the businesses across the road. There are no crosswalks on 43rd Street, and people attending a concert on foot could be crossing late at night. That could be very dangerous to drivers and pedestrians. Litter. Due to concessions at this venue, there'll be a lot more litter in the area. Southern Alberta winds will distribute all over the residential areas. Crime. A neighbor of ours was concerned about the cannabis store at the same property, which is open till 10 p.m. Friday and Saturday evenings. That will create crime problems due to consumption in the area while attending concerts and movies. Property value. All the neighbors are very concerned about a decrease in the value of our properties. People would be hesitant about moving in this area due to disruptive developments nearby. There will be many more future homes being built just south of 26th Avenue that will be affected by this project also. Interim rezoning could last 5 to 10 years before infrastructure could be installed, so that's a long period of time to wait for that. One person quoted, I'll just read their quote, "Our feelings are even though it says interim approval, it is approved. If it is approved, it may open the door and become a precedent to allow a permanent commercial, loud, in quotations, venture in the future." End of quote. To sum up, I just don't feel it's acceptable to have this type of venue so close to residential areas. West and south of this venues are all residential homes, and there are too many noise, lighting, traffic, safety, litter, and property value concerns. I believe this type of business should be located further away from residential. The old Green Acres Theater, if you remember that, was torn down in '86, and if you ever Google it, you can see that it was located on the far, far away from any residential at that time. Drive-in theaters and the business that's located there right now is such a contrast. I mean, I have no problem with like in the bylaw, it talks about recreational vehicle storage, so on and so forth, and even discretionary uses, billboards, greenhouses, research facility signs, utility facilities, vehicle sales renter. But it's the noise and the traffic that our neighbors that we talked about, they're just most upset about. So thank you very much for your time, Mayor Spearman and councillors. I thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Nick Bowl. Nick. Welcome.
Thank you, Oki, and thank you for having me today, Council and Mayor Spearman. And thank you, Ms. Vanderberg, for bringing this great idea to the attention of the city. My name is Nick Boley. I am a Lethbridge-based professional film and television actor, the owner of Hat Chat Productions, and the vice president of the Lethbridge Independent Film Society here in town. For many years now, the need for a drive-in theater has been a major cultural need in our city. Ms. Vandenberg's plan for an interim bylaw change is a great step forward for Lethbridge and will provide a much-needed cultural outlet for filmmakers and film enthusiasts in our city. As the vice president of the Lethbridge Independent Film Society, the prospect of a drive-in theater has great potential for many applications as film becomes a bigger facet of Alberta's new diversified economy. Upon speaking with Jamie in person, we discovered that we both have identified the need for a drive-in some time ago independently. In fact, a team of 12 other individuals, Indigenous and non-Indigenous, now including Miss Vanderberg and a Kainai Councilwoman, have been developing a plan for a more permanent fixture in our city that would bring a large outdoor cultural festival grounds to the river valley of Lethbridge, focus on a reconciliation and reciprocation. The venue will address a major hole in the recent Indigenous Cultural Center feasibility study and would feature a world-class music stage, a large drive-in theater, and a cultural events venue. We plan to highlight and honor Indigenous icons, teachers, and stories while we bring some of the world's largest acts to Lethbridge and provide our city with not only outstanding entertainment, but a means to heal cultural tensions, economic inequality, and civic spirit in a big way. The funds from the venue would be directed to Indigenous programs, scholarships, and support agencies, much like Ms. Vandenberg's idea. And the goal is to use the venue as an engine for cultural and economic healing in our city. We believe Ms. Vandenberg's plan will be a great pilot study for our larger team's concept and fully support Ms. Vandenberg's bid for the interim bylaw 6288 rezoning proposal. We will work closely with Ms. Vandenberg to observe and research the impacts of the drive-in over time and use the collected data to reveal the value of these types of venues for Lethbridge's future use regarding a larger cultural venue. Thank you very much for your time today. That's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Boley. Okay. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Thank you. Please introduce yourself.
Good afternoon, members of council. My name is Glenn Coulter. I'm a resident on 20th Avenue South in fairly close proximity to the planned amendment of use for this piece of land. I must say at this point in time, with the way the bylaw is worded, I am in opposition to it. I have concerns primarily about the noise pollution that was mentioned earlier. In terms of the presentation, we already have a large amount of traffic on 20th Avenue South. We have the 43rd Street traffic that is providing excessive noise to our corner of Lethbridge. And I believe that this facility that is being proposed has the potential to dramatically increase the amount of sound pollution in that part of Lethbridge. One of the things that I note in the bylaw is that the area will be used primarily from vehicles, or people would be primarily in vehicles. To me, that means that 51% of the use of the time might be in vehicles and 49% could be people outside with relatively loud speakers and causing substantial noise pollution in the area. Further, there's no limitations around timing. If this was an afternoon event, I could accept it much more than if this is something that goes on into the evening. And with no time limitations at all, I think this is only going to cause problems within the community. I think it is my opinion, and those of some of the residents around me, that there needs to be a decibel or a noise level measured in decibels, something that is objective and can be monitored as to the maximum amount of sound that this facility will generate. At the moment, we're looking at, if we're looking at 260 cars in there, we're looking at 500 to 700 people. This is not a serviced facility or a piece of land to any extent that I'm aware of. I have some concerns about the potential for sanitary problems in the area as well. My main focus is on noise pollution, and on that basis, unless there are some fairly stringent limitations put on this facility in terms of noise pollution, I would continue to recommend that this bylaw not be accepted by City Council. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Coulter. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Please introduce yourself.
Hello, my name is Shauna Cook. I am a musician here in Lethbridge, and as well I've been assisting Jamie a little bit as well with her project. And what I have noticed in the city is that we are lacking a family-friendly ability to present as a musician in this city. Most of our venues are for 18 and over, and the rigmarole to become an entertainer in those venues is not worth the hassle these days. It doesn't pay like it used to be a musician. So as somebody who is trying to put themselves out there and present and represent Lethbridge, the ability to get practice in the beginning of your career and present on stage to your community and build a tie with your community and the groups within it is very important. So what Jamie's drive-in will do is marry the nonprofits and the musicians and help create a really strong bond for Lethbridge, which I think is something we could all use going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you say your name at the beginning?
Yes, it is Shauna Cook.
Shauna Cook, you have it. Thank you. Okay. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Okay, please state your name.
So I'm Linda Shimoda. Thank you, Mr. Mayor Spearman and councillors. Now, I'm just doing this off the top of my head because I wasn't going to speak, but I think that I'm opposed to this. I also live in the area with my husband. I cannot sit in my backyard without, I have to, like when we talk to each other on our deck, we have to stop because of the noise at times, many times, not just at times. I was listening to my iPhone today, and I had to bring it up to my ear to hear it. I was sitting on my couch, on my deck patio, and I could hear it fine, but as soon as a vehicle went by, a truck went by, I had to bring it up here so I could hear it. And so we're doing that constantly all day. I'm outside a lot. I love the outdoors. We sleep with our windows open. We get woken up at night with the traffic, and I just cannot see any possible way of me, as well as the neighbors, being able to handle this increased noise value or increased noise pollution. I think it will really cause our property value to go down because it's a great idea. I love the idea, don't get me wrong, but just not so close to residential. It's just not, it's not conducive for the people in this neighborhood. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Okay. Please introduce yourself.
I'm Brian Vandenberg. I leave this almost entirely to my daughter, but I've received a few communications. So I don't know if they'll make their way in here, so I'd like to read them. These are people in the local entertainment community. The first one is Greg Gamola, local musician. We're very excited about the idea you and your daughter have for the drive-in in the live music venue. It's a wonderful idea. Thanks for pioneering this idea. We support you and your daughter and the community very much so. This is from Greg Gamola. The next one is from Paul Kipe, another local musician. Hello, Brian. I heard about the project that your daughter is starting and have to say that is something I am really in favor of. I'm sure the rest of the professional music community in Lethbridge feels the same way. After the last few years of having nowhere to play, us musicians are raring to get back to playing in the public, and we're happy that you're able to squeeze it in. The third one is from John Hannum. Hi, Brian. I heard you wanted to open a drive-in. I love the idea. Just add me to your list of supporters, and thanks for the vision. He is also a local musician. The fourth one is Tyler Boersboom, yet another local musician. Hi, it's Tyler Boersboom. I saw that Jamie's drive-in, in that you are trying to set it up. I think it's a fantastic idea. Thank you. So these are just a couple that I've read. Being that I've been on the property for many decades, some of the neighbors have talked about crime. One of the reasons I want to do this is because we've seen crime in our storage lot due to probably a couple of condominiums just off of 43rd Street near 20th Avenue. One of the things we don't want our storage clients to deal with crime, so we want to find a higher and better use for this land, and we really believe this is a higher and better use for the land. The drive-in screen itself will be virtually silent all of the time because it runs on straight FM sound. We'll conform with all the sound bylaws in the city. The people that are complaining about highway noise, it's a shame they bought right beside a highway, but we don't create highway noise. Our screen and any sound system will point due east, and nobody lives due east. And that's all I have to say about that this afternoon. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter?
Hello, my name is Nicole Marchand Vandenberg, and yes, Jamie is my daughter, so naturally I might be in support of this adventure. However, I also own a house on 22nd Avenue South that I reside in, and 36th Street. It's close to Skyline. And if you look at the map, the movie theater will not be right across the street from 43rd Street because of the power plant and Skyline RV. I've also spoken to my neighbors, and they're in favor of the idea of a drive-in theater. The older generation remembers the other drive-in theater, and we ended up spending a lot of time talking about their events and that happened in the 80s and all the fun memories it brought. And it would be lovely for Lethbridge to have a place like that again. Thank you.
Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it is now time for City Council to ask questions of any of the presenters. I'm going to start with Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman, and thank you everyone that took the time to be here today to talk about this issue. First question is for Ms. Vandenberg. If you can come to the mic, please. Couple of questions. Thank you very much. You did very well your first time talking to council today. What direction is the screen going to face?
It's going to face towards the border. I believe that's east.
Straight east or northeast?
I'm sorry, I'd have to look at a map, but it would point towards the craft store that's on the edge there. Northeast.
Right, because that's important, because one of the people that was asking a question about it didn't want it to affect oncoming traffic. So it's facing east, it's going to affect traffic coming westward on Highway 4. The other thing is there's a concern about noise, and you address that by saying you're using the FM receiver in your vehicle to receive the sound from the movie. Do you know how far the cars would be from the fence of the houses that are backing onto 43rd? Do you guys know that distance?
Not sure off the top of my head, but the engineers here might know.
Bring them up.
If someone has an answer to the question, please come forward and answer it.
$300 to 500 meters.
3 to 5. So what you're talking about is the screen. The screen has a setback from 43rd. The cars obviously have a setback from the screen because you can't be right on top of it, right? And then, is there going to be any sound attenuation fencing or anything on the other side, or is it not necessary?
Screen is going to point east and then north. The screen will sit 300 to 500 meters from any house. The RV dealership and the busy highway is going to block kind of everything, I think.
The screen will act as a sound barrier as well?
Yes, for sure.
Are you aware of what the noise bylaw is for the city of Lethbridge?
Decibels, no.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I know that I had talked to Tyson Boylan about it. And when we had first discussed it, he wasn't sure if we were included in the bylaw, but then he reassured me the second time that we had spoke that we won't be able to have any outdoor speakers past 11 p.m.
Hey, Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question first to Mr. Boylan. As was identified in one of the presentations, there's no washroom facility required for this?
I believe that the washrooms, they'll be provided throughout houses. I'll maybe ask the applicant to confirm that.
Yes, as per the drawing that we had submitted, the screen essentially would be here, facing cars this way, and we would have this area and this area available for porta potties or outhouses.
Thank you. Is there a requirement, Mr. Boylan, on the number, since we do tend to regulate number of bathrooms that are in an entertainment facility?
I do not believe so. I don't know myself.
Okay. No problem. Thank you. Traffic flow as well. I'm assuming traffic's just going to access off of Highway 4 then at 47th Street. Is that access and egress?
Yes. So the bylaw contains numerous restrictions to help to alleviate traffic. The access to the drive-in and event center is limited to the 24th Avenue Service Road, and the entrance has to be the entrance that's furthest west on that. And then access between the drive-in theater and 43rd Street is also restricted as well too under the bylaw.
Thank you. Ms. Vandenberg, if I could just have you back up. Sorry to make you walk. You're welcome to just have a seat at the front. There might be more questions for you. Thank you. One of the common themes in the letters from local residents, of course, deals with the cannabis store. I'm assuming you're not the owner of that establishment. What is the relationship then going to be with the cannabis store? Are they going to be open during those hours? I see Mr. Vandenberg coming up. Perhaps he's the
owner.
He's the owner? Then I should speak to the owner. Thank you, Mr. Vandenberg.
Thought I'm the owner. And so there is no relationship between the two. As an aside, as I spoke about crime before, the crime we have had on the, and we have been, this is our 7th decade. We have had crime in our storage lot since we opened it. We have never had crime in our cannabis store. Being a new, but we're all new owners, I'm actually pleasantly surprised as to the business itself, where we don't have, but we're pretty remote where we are. We don't have walker-uppers almost at all to that at all. We knew it would be a kind of a small business because of its location. And like I say, we have zero crime issues around that at all. And we're highly restricted by the AGLC.
Okay, thank you. It's actually, it's not so much an issue of crime as it is access. The question is of access. You've got a movie theater or an event center located right next to a cannabis store. What are the conditions going to be of operating the cannabis store?
We close at different hours during the week. One of what I'm trying to do here on account of the development across the street in Southbrook is the future of that property is commercial in nature. And so the legalization of cannabis, I took that opportunity to open a store there. It's a much quieter store than we would like it to be. We're the first stop coming into the United States. We have an opportunity for a space next to it, and we'd like to open and to deal in native art. And so these are the two things. I want to put a couple teepees up, and I want that to be part of that acre. There's 1 acre of parking in front of the cannabis store. We plan to use that if we have any issues as an overflow, depending on what events we're having with the drive-in movie theater. And so that we just have an extra capacity there to absorb if we have any sort of an issue of traffic, then we have an extra acre to hold people in.
Thank you. I've got more questions, but I'll step out.
Councillor Higgin? Yeah, sorry.
Oh, sorry, if I could just add on to that, I'd like to just make note that between where the drive-in is actually going to be located and where the cannabis store is located, it's about like 100 meters. They're not as close as it sounds when everyone's saying right next door, because the parcel of land is huge, but we're just using the back end of it, as Tyson showed on the photo.
Councillor Higgin?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Question for Ms. Vandenberg. You may want to just sit up at the front there. I love this idea. I think it's fantastic. I remember, and I'll date myself a wee bit here, coming down to Lethbridge and going to the Green Acres Drive-In. I think it's fantastic. It was always a great time. And then, of course, as the community grew out that direction, it made it a little less, didn't work as well. A question I have is, we've heard a lot of different concerns through emails, et cetera, as well as those that are in favor. I'm talking more about, I guess, both ways, concerned or in favor. Can you tell me how many community engagement sessions or tea parties you've had with neighbors just to kind of express what was going to be coming forward? Did you do any of this, or did you just wait for the letters to go out from our development? I'm just wondering yourselves, did you actually have engagement with the community members, invite them in to talk about this?
So unfortunately, I wasn't able to hold an open house, primarily because I was living abroad in Mexico City for the past 2 months in the summer. I just got back and then had about a week to prepare. So unfortunately, I was kind of in the position where I was more just fielding the emails, and I tried to do my best to just respond to them in the speech in the time that I had.
Thank you. So now, do you find that in community engagement would be important?
Yeah, I think it is important. And so in the time that I did have, I tried to explain some of my answers and some of our drawings online, because I also don't want to encourage people to, conjugate during times of a pandemic. I don't think that's the best way to reach an audience right now. So I decided that sharing online and trying to publicize it online. We also talked about it on the radio this morning with CJOC. So I tried to reach people in other methods just because of the current circumstances also.
I see the restrictions obviously coming into effect here as of late, but prior, when there was no engagement, I guess is what you're saying.
No, because I was living abroad, I didn't feel it would be easy for me to convey my message without being there physically. As my father had mentioned, it's really been my project. His name might be the one on the application, but honestly, he hasn't been the one involved with everything. It's really been my project. Okay, and next off is, the timeline and stuff, because you said you just got back and everything is so quick. Is there such an expedient time that this needs to be done? Because I'm just thinking about maybe some possibilities of meeting and engaging with the neighborhood there and speaking about this, even if it's through a Zoom or something, if that's the only way that's able to do it. Is that something you would find to be beneficial? Yeah, I would be happy to talk with some of the residents across the way, and a Zoom's a great idea.
Okay.
It's just, yeah, for me, like, it's been funny because I don't know how a bylaw gets passed.
Right.
And I don't know a lot of the process. So I wasn't sure if this was happening September 7th or not. And I'm glad it did. But I also plan to view more drive-ins, and pending the bylaw getting accepted or not, we'll also have stage for development permits. And so I feel there would be time to discuss any grievances throughout that way as well.
And I guess next question for city manager. I don't know if city manager here or who can help with this as far as the, city manager is on Teams, I guess. Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Just curious to know the process, and I'm not sure if yourself or a designate, if something like this, again, a great idea. We like to see business develop in our community, but also trying to work with the different members in the community through community engagement. If this was to be, I guess, could I do a resolution or amendment to postpone this? And can you tell me what that process would look like? Or maybe the city clerk, or I'm not sure your designate.
Yeah, I would ask the city clerk to please respond.
Thank you. Right now, we're in the public hearing, so you would do that motion when we are looking at the bylaw later on in this meeting. But yes, you can just make a motion to postpone whatever date you like and for whatever reason.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And thank you very much for your conversation and the answers to the questions.
Can I speak for a moment, Blaine, to that? I've always been here. So we've talked about this for approximately 1 year now. So what we found with some of the folks that have made complaints, including those that are here tonight or today, they live very, very, very close. And so those folks, the ones that are complaining about the highway noise, the highway's the highway. Of the dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of other people that I've spoke to that don't live 100 yards away, 100% of the people are totally in favor of it that I have spoke to, for a number of reasons that I won't bore you with, but they're all good reasons.
No, I do appreciate that. I appreciate what your daughter had mentioned as well as being, I guess, the owner, that she would like to engage more. That's what I did appreciate it. So
and so certain folks I've spoke to, you know, if they're right close by, it just is what it is. They've said their piece today. You know, we're near I live actually within sight east of the exhibition grounds, and I was born there, and they play music there whenever they can. And so we're just another offshoot of that. We're actually, the music we would play it points at nobody. It points at farmland. And so I was just responding to your question as she was out of town. But we wouldn't go forward if we didn't have almost 100% positive comments, except those were made for the folks living very nearby. And so that's my comments on that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And the Director of Infrastructure Services.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a little more clarity, just with respect to the clerk's response regarding process. This is the last regular meeting of council prior to the election. Frankly, I don't believe postponement is actually possible, and I'll defer to the city solicitor as well. If in fact it's council's decision not to decide on second and third reading later this meeting, this whole process has to repeat itself in front of the new council with first reading and second and third, another public hearing and second and third reading post-election. So like Mr. Lowen, just to supplement that, just so we're clear in terms of what opportunity you have to delay or not this particular.
I think it's a very good point. Very good point, Mr. Lowen.
The precise reason is the public hearing, and to be able to vote on second and third hearing, council members need to have been present for the public hearing so that they have that public feedback in their mind when they cast their vote. If the next meetings are after the election, that really is problematic, which is the reason for what Mr. Hawkins shared with us. Technically, you could postpone it and hold some special meetings before the end of your term if that was your desire.
Councillor Kaufman, you were going to comment on this issue.
I was just actually going to ask for a point of clarification on that. I think, Councillor Hagan, what you were referring to is recess for the public hearing, reconvene again in 3 weeks. City Council can actually hold a special meeting if we want to deal with this particular matter. And it sounded like you were asking for time for Ms. Vandenberg to go and meet with community members, come back and report back on the results of that. Am I correct?
Yes, I did realize that those sitting around this horseshoe, there's going to be changes, and of course, having those that heard all the previous information must be there, so it would be restart the process. So one of two things, obviously, as I've heard that if those same members aren't going to be here, then obviously to have it before the term is up. And you're exactly right, Councillor Kaufman, that we could recess this to a later time so that this communication could be done.
So it is within our jurisdiction to hold a special meeting. So
Yes.
I understand what Mr. Hawkins was saying about this is the last regularly scheduled meeting, but if we wanted to hold a special meeting, we certainly could approach it that way. Alternatively, Ms. Vandenberg ends up going back to square one starting at the election.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor Campbell?
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Jamie as well, if I could have you come forward. I just was just wondering about if you can take me through what sort of a season that you're anticipating with, particularly not just the driving, but for the live stage performances. What types of performers they will be, what time of days they will be, and I know since it's an outdoor stage, have you got a timeline as to when these musicians would be performing?
Yeah, that's a great question. So as of right now, I just plan to have everything open for the summer seasons. I'm actually applying to law school soon, so it seems like it would be a good time to operate within the summer that I plan on being back at home in Lethbridge. And as far as night and day goes, I mean, I have a lot of research to do still on other drive-ins before I go through with development and really like crack down on specific times. But I just attended a drive-in a couple days ago here in High River, and they operated their show at 8:45, and I believe it was done at around 10 o'clock, maybe a little bit after that. So again, like it would follow with the different sunset times. But as far as the event center stage goes, I don't have any plans to host concerts. My plans are really just to have maybe like a band playing before the drive-in. Also because I think that would be a great way of encouraging like a staggered entrance into the event. Like maybe some people want to come and hear local music, but maybe some people just want to watch the movie. So I think it would also help alleviate some of the traffic, and then maybe have another band at intermission, but again, depending on the time of day due to the noise bylaw.
And what kind of a sound system are you anticipating that you're going to have on the sound stage for musicians? Are they going to bring their own, or are you going to have a in place?
At this point in time, I haven't come to a conclusion on that. It'll really come down to funding. I've talked to some musicians, and they recommend us getting our own sound system just so that it's easier for them to set up and they could do like a mic check earlier. But as I have limited funds, my hands are a little bit tied on that one.
And again, the stage itself would be facing towards away from the houses, correct?
This stage will be facing towards the craft store on the border.
Right. So
Yeah.
the houses will be behind the stage, more or less. Yeah.
Yes.
Great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
If I could just add to that with the sound systems, it will be based on whatever's going to best work towards broadcasting directly into the vehicles that are on the facility. So there won't be noise bleeding out into the community anyways. And even when the time comes, if there is any kind of a live performance, perhaps there's a religious ceremony, or maybe there is some music in between the shows, again, that can also be broadcast directly to the people in the customers. So that's the
So you're not going to have like Rolling Stones style amplifiers
We
blasting?
launched them, but it's very windy. We learned from Alice Cooper back in the day. But ultimately, we're going to keep it so that it's a small, intimate performance, more so than a big, wild party. Again, we're looking for family friendly and yeah.
I was at that concert with Alice Cooper when that blew over, right?
Right?
In McMahon Stadium?
I mean, it's a great way for publicity, but it's not practical, so we're going to go a different direction.
We've digressed, but thank you for that information. Appreciate it.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Vandenberg, for the presentation and for the information. What are the hours of operation? You say you're going to be done by 11 o'clock at night. Is that accurate?
We will not be permitted to play on any speakers or create loud noise after 11 p.m. for the bylaw. I need to understand a little bit better the sunset times. I looked at High Rivers in June, and it looks like their sunset times, like on summer solstice, were a little bit later. But again, when we're doing these later at night ones, we won't be having a band because that won't be, I guess, possible with the noise bylaw. But as I just attended the drive-in in High River, theirs was very, very quiet. They don't have a band at all. And so because it's only being put on the speakers of your car, I mean, it's only as loud as people's cars can be, like when their cars are off with the radio.
Okay. So the concern we're getting from the public are the two concerns. Noise is one. So you have the drive-in and then concerts. Does your business plan require both, or could your business plan simply be the drive-in?
The business plan could simply be the drive-in. However, it would really limit the local musical community because then I won't really be able to showcase them. So it cuts out a good chunk of Lethbridge that wants to share their talents and support local artists in that sense.
Okay. This question is to the city manager or designate. It's a little off topic, and I realize it. We're getting a lot of concerns about noise from 43rd. When was the last time, and I don't need an answer right away, it might be an ongoing, when was the last time the province or the city did a noise study of that highway?
Yeah, I can maybe
Mr. Hawkins?
Yeah, I can help out, Mr. Mayor. That portion of 43rd is the highways. My understanding is they do regular monitoring, but I'm not aware of the last time that they actually did a detailed noise assessment there. So, but again,
I know it's not
that is the highways jurisdiction.
right, and I know it's not specifically related to this application, but maybe we could look into that just because that might help the neighbors long term, anyways, if we find out what's happening there.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will step out at this point.
Thank you. Councillor Morrow.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions. I'll start with my first one for Mr. Boylan. Mr. Boylan, I'm looking at the package that's with us, and you are obviously the senior community planner. And I was a little bit perplexed that you, in my mind, didn't or chose not to answer Councillor Kaufman when he asked how many bathrooms would be required if you know you're going to have, what did they say, 260 vehicles. So you, as a community planner, wouldn't know that? And you don't know what would be necessary?
So
I think that's
Councillor
important. That's why I'm asking.
Right, so Councillor Morrow, this particular facility isn't a permanent facility where you would have the required number of bathrooms under the Safety Codes Act. So it's a bit different in terms of the fact that it's interim, it's not permanent, right? We currently don't have any sewage service out there. There is no sanitary sewer, right? And so we also need to have a different kind of solution to deal with that. We also have a development permit that's still required that we can get further expertise from our building inspectors on. Community Planner Boylan did talk to the building inspection department about this. They didn't raise any concerns at that time in regards to using the porta potty. So that is typically something we would look at the development permit stage.
Okay, and I guess why I'm asking that question, and I'll ask it to probably the applicants, any of the Vandenbergs. I'm sitting here listening, and when I'm looking again at my agenda package, I read that the application, the purpose of this rezoning is to allow the development of a drive-in movie theater, which sounds great, with the potential to host outdoor concerts and events. So what I'm hearing now is that because it's interim, if this gets approved, they could have concerts, they could have a drive-in theater with who knows how many numbers of people that were there, that will be there, but yet technically they wouldn't have to provide bathrooms. Am I understanding that correctly?
I don't think so. The number that we have that goes into that drawing is 10.
10 bathrooms?
What, 10 porta potties? And then we can use a local company, and we can have them removed the very next morning. And so that should be a nice clean, for the same reason we want to use local food trucks. They come, they do their business, they leave. We're good on the land, we don't make a mess, and everything's good. And so that's kind of the number that we're dealing with.
Okay, so the other question that I really have, which again, I thought I would be hearing an application for a drive-in movie theater, but what I'm hearing throughout this presentation and questions and answers is that we're talking now. You just hit another one: food trucks, concerts. So with a concert, correct me if I'm wrong, you're going to have a stage and not use the drive-in theater screen because there's no stage there. You're going to have religious organizations doing some sort of event. You're going to have all kinds of outdoor activities. So quite frankly, what is it that you're going to do on this parcel of land? Because I was prepared to deal with and listen to a drive-in movie theater, but what I'm hearing is that it's going to be half a dozen things. And so I'm a little concerned about that. Ease my mind, please.
I'll tell you, Joe. Part of what we've come to here is due to COVID and due to people being, they're restricted to what we'll use the term groups. And so in this environment, they can stay in their car. And so, COVID just climbed back up here in the last couple of weeks. We were kind of going away, now we're back. It makes a difference because we can allow a local church to hold a Sunday church event if we want. People can stay in their cars, and we think Jamie was just in, High River has really been our case study. They have a very, very similar design to what we're doing, and it's a big success locally. And when we talk about a stage, we're going to just add it to the front of the screen. And so they show double headers, but we think we should have some local musicians in the intermission. And so we don't plan on building a stage separate from the screen. We want a stage in front of the screen. We're not talking about holding huge rock concerts because the facility's way too small. But we can hold local events, we can hold little country stuff, we can hold fairs, we can hold church services. I'm a little bit old school. I says, maybe we could hold corporate training, but somebody says they got this invention called Zoom. And so maybe we won't hold local training, I don't know. But we're certainly going to do all we can do with it, Joe.
Thank you.
Time will tell.
I appreciate your answer. And you know what? What I appreciate even more is you calling me Joe. You're the second person that's done that. And I really respect that because that makes me feel like we're on the same level, which is great. Thank you for that. Okay. Another question then let me ask you. You've been around the block. You know how the process works. So why wouldn't you, if your daughter was away, why wouldn't you, because you know, again, how the process works and that you need the buy-in from the neighborhood, and most of the times you need a neighborhood plan, which I don't know if they work or not, but so if your daughter was unable to do that, and you have been there, as you say, for decades, your father before you, and who knows it, so why wouldn't you have done the neighborhood engagement, as Councillor Higgin was talking about? Why wouldn't you have done that and try to get the neighbors on your side rather than us receiving, 30 or 35 letters of opposition?
For a couple of different reasons. One, you can't please all the people all the time. And so, if you look at the submissions, and I haven't seen them all, but Jamie mentioned to me that they're on a form letter. So, if these folks, they have their opinions. And as I spoke before, the people that have spoke to me 100% in favor with exception of one lady that lives within 500 yards of the facility. And so, you know, that is what it is. Everybody I talk to says, what a fantastic idea. I can't wait to go to your drive-in. Please open it as soon as possible. And so that's what we're trying to do. We're 6 or 8 months away from what we thought we would have that going this spring. Just the politics of life and COVID and city councils. Here we are in the fall. You know what?
Okay,
Go ahead.
Go ahead,
Joe.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Well, I
No,
thought,
no. Continue.
I thought COVID was leaving. COVID didn't leave. It makes more use for our facility if people have to stay in their car. If we say we're going to have a car-centric facility here, then until COVID leaves, there's just a bunch of different reasons why we could use this facility. If COVID would please leave, then maybe we'll just have a drive-in. But until then, people we'll find other things to do with people in their cars, and we can broadcast to their cars. And so that we'll see where that goes. It makes a big difference for everybody if we can stop COVID and be more free with respect to outdoor entertainment.
Thank you. And my final question again to you, if I may. I'm hearing and I'm seeing that this is on it's the word interim.
Mm-hmm.
So my question, I don't know if that came from the city, our city department, or if that came from you as the applicants. But if this is such a good thing and you've got support and you believe this is the right thing and Lethbridge needs it and all those sorts of good things, explain to me why interim, what that means, and what could future council or the future or the neighborhood expect from this interim thing? Because I'm kind of struggling in understanding interim. Why wouldn't you apply for rezoning and get this permanent? Like, maybe can you just talk about that a little bit so I understand what this means? And I'd also like to hear our city staff's position on interim. So I'd like to hear from both of you on why interim. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, and I'm sure Tyson could follow up with this as well. But the term interim, when I first saw it, was in the Southeast Alberta Structure Plan. And so that's why we've been referring to the term interim. And basically it just applies from going from a future urban development to direct control to give us the ability to do something that the original zoning was not intended for, as long as it can be moved around easily. But I'm sure Tyson can give you a better explanation on that one.
Yeah, I'll maybe just come in here first. So, Councillor Morrow, interim uses are uses that can be developed without city services in place. So as I spoke earlier, this land is not serviced, it hasn't paid off-site levies, there's no outline plan in place. At some time in the future, when we do have sanitary and stormwater trunk lines and better water infrastructure and an outline plan is done, we anticipate this land will see full urban development. And that's why the word interim is used, is until those services arrive. This allows the landowner to actually develop and get some additional revenue for his property. And as well, interim land uses are referenced in the Southeast Area Structure Plan for this particular, all of the land north of 24th.
Thank you for that, Ms. Gehring. So interim only applies to the Southeast Plan. It doesn't apply everywhere else in the city. And the reason I ask that is because if I recall correctly, help me out, we did have an application a few months ago on the west side for an interim rezoning, and I think we turned that down. So
that's correct, Councillor Morrow. Interim land uses, again, are used for parcels of land that are currently zoned future urban development that don't have sanitary sewer, stormwater facilities, water. They aren't urbanized. They aren't ready for development. And so the West Lethbridge Employment Center Area Structure Plan, as well as the Southeast Area Structure Plan, allow for landowners to develop interim land uses so they can get some revenue off of their properties until services actually arrive.
Thank you.
Councillor Higgin.
I just want to go back here just to some of the emails that spoke about light pollution. And so we understand now, which is great, the screen is going to be facing northeast, correct? So the vehicles that will be parking there, their headlights will be facing Fairmont area, Southbrook area, correct?
They'll be facing towards the screen, so the screen should block a lot of it, as well as then they'll be facing towards Skyline, the power plant, and then the highway, and then over
Okay, so
to
it'll
the
be-
Fairmont.
So it'll be, oh, so it's gonna be pointing over to where the power plant is, so towards 20th Street or whatever, the headlights. So, because I'm just curious to know is, you know, with the movie ends at 11 o'clock, midnight, and everybody's, you know, starts the vehicle to go, is that gonna be a concern? So that was just to deal with the light pollution. I just wanted to make sure I asked that question. So lights will be facing the homes then, correct?
It's going to be facing, yeah, like towards Skyline, towards the
Facing
power
west.
plant. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
Oh, sorry. Can I interject one more time? I just went to my first drive-in, and I also would like to make note that I thought all the cars would face towards the screen and that the lights would face towards the screen. But actually, a good majority of the people that went to that one faced the other way because they want their truck box to be a bed for the movie. And a lot of the like SUVs did that as well, and that's how I did it, because then we could have 3 friends
But the-
facing the screen.
But which raises another concern, truck beds, so that would be speakers outside then, correct?
No, a lot of them, what they did is, because what they have that like middle window, if you know what I mean, and that they would slide open, because they like High River, for example, and similar to what we did, we didn't provide speakers for anyone. I know that they did that in the past at drive-ins, but again, that's very expensive. I have no intentions of giving every vehicle a speaker. They're going to have to rely on their radio. So yeah, what the trucks had done is they have like a middle window that they pushed to the side and then had the audio playing in their truck, and then they leaned up against the back of their truck there.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Vandenberg. So the outdoor event center is really the adaptation of the screen with a stage on it. Okay, thank you. You are the applicant? You're the sole applicant? You're the applicant? Okay, thank you. You had mentioned a county fair or a country fair that's not permitted under the DC. Are you looking for future zoning for something like that?
No, I'm just dreaming.
Okay.
I like dreaming.
Okay. Be careful about dreaming in this venue.
Well, I know, but you know, that's how things happen in this world.
Absolutely. Okay.
So this is a first stop up from the US. We'd like people to stop there. We're just down the street from Evergreen, which has a nice little entertainment complex there. And I think if we can have some entertainment here, we can give people a reason to stop. And that's really what we'd like to do.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Gehring, if you're still online, if I could just follow up a question with you, please. Thank you. Just on your response to Councillor Morrow, thank you for the interpretation of interim, so everybody knows what it means. It will remain in place then until there's a southeast area, until the plan is complete, there's services provided, things of that nature. What's the timeline currently for that neighborhood?
So thank you, Councillor Kaufman. I'm not sure if Director Hawkins has a better idea in terms of CIP investment for that trunk line. I think understanding we're looking still at somewhere around 2030. I could be wrong in that, but I think that was the date that we had discussed anyway. But perhaps, and I'm not sure if Director Hawkins has a better estimate than that.
Yeah, it's about 10 years out. It's 20, I believe our off-site cash flow suggests that we'll be in a position to build that trunk sewer, which is on the critical path, in around 2032. Again, that's the point at which some trunk servicing can happen. The actual timing of an outline plan and actual local servicing on this property will be entirely at the discretion and timing of those private landowners. So, but again, the limiting factor at this point is the sanitary sewer.
Thank you, because the private landowners will be responsible for off-site levies.
That's correct.
So theoretically, if the private landowners don't want to ever develop it, it can just stay as it is. So interim use can become forever. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spearman.
Acting Mayor Croson.
Apologies, just forgot to take my hand down.
Councillor Morrow.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I know we've been going at this for a long time, and sorry to you to have to answer all these questions. But this may have been stated already, but I guess I need to make it clear in my own mind. So I'm looking at the air photo that was made in Mr. Boylan's presentation. Can someone just maybe help me out? How will this parcel of land, whatever it is, whether it's a drive-in theater, a concert, teepees, religion, whatever's going on there, how will traffic flow? How will traffic get in there and get out of there? I mean, I think I know, but I might as well hear it from you people.
I can answer that, Councillor Morrow. Can you bring up the map showing, I think it was Appendix B, Ryan? That might help us. Is it up right now? Oh, there we go.
There is a map up with the green outline around the site?
Yes, that one there. So in the traffic impact assessment, it identified this. Traffic, it will go through 47th Street, go along the service road, which is east-west, and then there's an access on the farthest left, or near the farthest left green dotted line there. There's an access there. It'll go through there and then northwards. So that's shown exit. It'll be through on the easternmost or the rightmost dotted line near there, and then traffic from the drive-in theater to 43rd Street across the two parcels between it and 43rd Street. That'll be blocked off.
Okay, thanks for that. Sorry, so just to be clear, because I'm looking at, so doesn't matter where you're coming from any part of the city. If you want to go to that dotted green area, which is what we're talking about, you have to enter at the veterinarian clinic over there and get onto that service road?
Yeah, so get onto that service road. That's currently the only direct access to the two parcels itself on that service road, and then head west. So the farthest westmost entrance onto that dotted line.
Right. I mean, I've even been to the Skyline trailer, and for some reason I can't recall. For me to enter that, I would have to get on 24th Avenue South, otherwise known as the highway, and then take a left at the veterinarian clinic, and then come back heading west to go to Skyline, and now to enter this new proposed parcel of land for the events that's the only way we can get in there, correct?
That's correct, yes.
No in and out on 43rd ever.
No, and that's no, and actually that's one of the regulations under the direct control bylaw. One states that access shall not be allowed onto or from 43rd Street to the drive-in and shall be physically blocked via fence, gate, or other method deemed suitable by the Development Authority.
Okay, so we could have then, if this is successful, if it gets approved, you could have 260 cars or whatever that number was exiting on the service road and coming onto 47th Street. Help me out here. I've been there many times, but I can't remember, and I might as well make sure. Is there a traffic light at that intersection of 47th Street and 24th Avenue?
There is right now, yes. It was installed, I believe, a couple of years ago.
Thank you very much.
Are there any further questions from council?
Can I comment for a minute? We have our engineer here that did the traffic impact assessment, and he'll comment on that if he could.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. Daryl Schalk from Associated Engineering. We prepared the traffic impact assessment for the development and for this bylaw amendment that's proposed. So yeah, I just want to affirm what Tyson Boylan had indicated. That access, the way that was designed, that's what was reflected in the traffic impact assessment. So we analyzed the traffic signal that was installed with the Southbrook development. That was in 2018, I believe. And we analyzed that for a 10-year and a 20-year horizon, projecting traffic growth with this development traffic as well. So we did confirm that with with the proposed operation of the facility, that traffic signal and that access point would function acceptably.
Thank you. And I guess, if I may, just my final question. I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor. So were those neighbors, because I know a member of council asked this before, but I guess I'm going to be more specific. Were those neighbors, the craft store, Dickenstein Trucking, and the veterinarian clinic, have they been contacted and approached and told or informed of what you plan on doing there by either the city or by the applicants?
From the city's perspective, we sent out 2 different notifications, once prior to first reading, and then once after once after first reading, advertising today's public hearing, and they were sent to the craft store owner, or that site owner, and also to the veterinary clinic owner as well too. And I'm not sure if the applicant has submitted anything or spoken to them either. I'll let them
They're
talk about it.
shaking their heads no. Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you very much. My question is for Glenn. You have your hand up there, and I think it's important that some of the folks there have raised their hands up and all that. So I just want to ask some questions of yourself. Well, my first question is, after what you've heard and you brought your case forward, is there anything that you feel more concerned about, or do you have any that give you peace of mind, or is there some other questions that have come up from you?
My concern is still noise pollution. The proponents of this development have focused, rightfully from their perspective, on the drive-in theater part of it. We all know that the drive-in theater is going to function through probably FM radio signals into the particular vehicles that are there. I don't think, including myself, I have too much concern about the drive-in operation and the use of this piece of land for that purpose, where the sound is restricted within the vehicles that are there. Where I have concern is the potential, and the proponents have talked about various other things they might like to do, but they're not talking about those to any great extent because they know that is not positive to their case today. But when we talk about outdoor concerts and events, this is where my problem is and where I think the community's problem is going to be. This is where the noise pollution and other negative aspects of this proposal come to the forefront. So from my perspective, it is really this undefined outdoor concerts and events perspective that I think I am certainly concerned about, and many other people in the community are concerned about. And the only way I heard about this was a little slip of paper I got at the front door. I had to do a lot of research to find out what was going on. I don't think there's been sufficient discussion with the community. That's my perspective.
Thank you very much. My question is to Ms. Gehring or Mr. Boylan. Let's say we did, thank you for your answer. Let's say we did approve this, and this time next year, something happens where it's, wow, this is a lot louder than we thought. Man, we didn't expect this. What recourse do we have? Do we have any recourse? Do we say, hey, turn it down? Man, we got this, we were wrong on this one. Is there any way that administration or the city can say, okay, we have to change this DC in some way based on what's occurring, kind of a cause and effect? Can we do that?
So if we don't have specific language in the direct control bylaw, the development officers do have a challenge in terms of putting conditions on the development permit that are related to decibel noise, right? We do have the noise bylaw in terms of when noise has to cease. There would have to be something different put into the DC district for the development officers to actually put that in on the permit. That noise would have to be treated differently than what we have currently. So it would be a change to the DC. There would have to be some addition to it.
So a follow-up to that, and I appreciate that answer. Could you put conditions on this permit that would be revisited in 1 year after operation? That, you know what, after 1 year of operation, it could be, hey, it was all good, all the neighbors are happy and all that, or after looking at what we're at now, we may have to change some things. Can we do something like that? Because we do it
So
at
I would-
MPC, but we don't do it here usually. But go ahead, sorry.
That's okay, Councillor Parker. I would perhaps defer to Solicitor Lowen in terms of how we would write the permit or structure the permit to perhaps have some sort of a temporary hours of operation clause, perhaps, that after 1 year could be revisited. And so I'm not sure how the development officers would structure that, if that would be allowed within the rules of the DC currently, or perhaps if council were to suggest an amendment to the DC where the development officers would have the ability to structure a condition on the permit in regards to hours of operation. And then that perhaps if there was bad behavior or good behavior, those hours could be adjusted. But I will let Mr. Lowen perhaps comment on that.
Thank you.
Generally speaking, the kind of reconsideration that you're asking about is not well suited to land use or development permits, because once a permit is granted, typically it runs with the land, as we say. And even if it's changed so it's no longer allowed, that you're all aware, having sat on council for a long time, that there's grandfathered rights. Even if you change how the zoning is for a place, you're entitled to keep your development permit from when it was granted. There is some precedent for making an approval such as this, like a DC, it's time limited, so that it would expire after a period of time, and then you could evaluate the evidence. However, that would be very inconvenient for the applicants, because they would have to reapply and go through this process again to try and get a new, longer use. But they could do that. The only other comment I'd make in listening to your question, Councillor, would be the more specific the DC is, or for example, if you wanted to put in, it can only be used in these ways, those kind of amendments could be considered almost. But the trade-off there is the more specific you are, the less flexibility the property owner has to try and to manage the use. So those are the trade-offs that we'd be engaging in if we were to think about going down that path.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Gehring, as well.
Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry for bringing this up, but something Mr. Lowen just said twigged something in my mind about. He said that it could set a precedent for this land use and it could be grandfathered in. However, I'm not sure who's going to answer this, but if someone comes forward with an outline plan for that area and it doesn't include a drive-in or an entertainment center, that can't be allowed. Is that correct?
So, Councillor Miyashiro, I will sort of refer you or reference you back to the Birdco site that we dealt with the West Lethbridge Employment Center.
Right.
So Birdco is a grandfathered use because
Right.
it was there prior to being annexed. And so what we did with the DC bylaw there is we actually gave it rights to exist. So when an outline plan would be developed for this area, we would hope that Mr. Vandenberg and his family would be involved in that outline plan. If they aren't involved in the outline plan, their use can continue on until at which time they want to pay offsite levies and develop their land.
Right. The Burnco land was also part of the West Lethbridge employment area, isn't it?
Yes, it was
Geographically.
included in the plan. Yes,
Yeah,
it was.
geographically it is. So the difference on this case could be that if someone comes forward to do an outline plan for condominiums or apartment buildings or something else that doesn't include a drive-in, would that not supersede the use of this piece of land as a drive-in / entertainment center?
So, Councillor Miyashiro, outline plans are for large tracts of land.
Right.
So the Southeast Area Structure Plan has an outline plan that would cover most of that area anyway. If the Vandenberg family weren't interested in participating, there would be some sort of shadow planning done. Perhaps the use of drive-in wouldn't be contemplated. Outline plans don't usually assign specific land uses. They usually assign categories of land uses. So for instance, it would be commercial, or it would be residential or public building. We wouldn't get as specific in terms of the actual drive-in.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Councillor Morrow?
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor. Just questions keep popping up as I'm listening to some of my colleagues. Great questions, by the way. So, and I don't know if this is anywhere in the package. I didn't see it, and I didn't hear about it. Will this be a licensed facility?
We don't intend on, if you mean a liquor license, we don't intend on applying for one.
Yeah, so if I come to whatever you're going to have there, whether it's the drive-in or a concert or whatever, you will not, it's not going to be a licensed facility.
We don't intend to today, no.
Okay, which then means that if I want, I can bring my own booze and come to the movie at the drive-in theater, or bring my own booze in my car and partake in whatever event's going on. I can bring my own booze, or will that somehow be, how will that be controlled?
That's an issue.
I'm sorry?
Not a ish me, that's a joke there. We can't control what you have in your car. You know,
okay, so I'm just asking if you have any plans for that, or if you are willing to control somehow. If you know you get 260 cars with 2 cases of beer each and a bottle of rum, then what? That's all. I'm just wanting to give you an opportunity to explain.
Yeah, if we look at the Sportsplex, I'm not sure what their zoning is for cars. Maybe 1,000 cars. And I'm not, they don't search the cars, and we don't intend to search the cars either. We have a quarter of the amount of cars that they're going to use. My daughter has some comments. Hang on.
Sorry, I just wanted to interrupt here and just say that we plan on putting on the drive-in with the help of volunteers. So what that means is I intend to donate a percentage of the ticketing revenue each night in exchange for volunteers to help run the event. This is how they run it at the High River Drive-In. At the High River Drive-In, they didn't have any sort of policing mechanism, if that's what you're referring to. But as it is a family-friendly event, it was mostly kids. I don't think anybody intends on packing a bunch of alcohol. As it is a driving event, nobody intends on having that happen. But at that event, no, they didn't have any policing, and as far as I was aware, they haven't had any problems in the time that they've been operating.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from council? Somebody has their hand up in the back. Did somebody want to come forward and add a further clarification?
Thank you for allowing me to do this. The High River Sunset Drive-In, if you Google it, it's a parcel away from anything else. It's out in the middle of nowhere. You're talking about the intensity of noise. I'm not talking about the intensity of noise. I'm talking about the length of noise. We have noise from 7 till 5 p.m. and then we're going to have noise possibly at 11. And maybe having a concert before a drive-in. It's the last point for me is that everything seems ambiguous of what could possibly happen. Liquor license maybe later on. That's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
If I could address that, please. The exhibition grounds is within sight of this facility. It is on the west side of 43rd Street. There's houses adjacent to it. They have a liquor license and they play outdoor music. That's on the west side of 43rd Street. They've done it for decades. We're on the east side of 43rd Street, which I don't want to say it's empty, but it's kind of empty. And so there can't possibly be a noise that we would create that wouldn't have already been created, a multitude of that at the exhibition grounds. And You know, so as a comparison, they're already doing that, and they've done that for decades, and they're doing it on the other side of 43rd Street. And there's people that live directly across the street from it. And so we don't see them complaining. They hold rock concerts, and they stay within the noise bylaw. So, you know, we're protected, the neighborhood is protected by the noise bylaw. And we're on what I'll call the quiet side of the street. The exhibition grounds is on the other side of 43rd Street. They've done it for decades. It's just a comment I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further? Okay, is this a new point? Like, this seems to be going back and forwards at the moment. Is this something new and relevant? Okay. Pardon? We're supposed to be answering questions from council. Now we're getting volunteered information from the audience, so it's...
And there's been a lot of voluntary contributions here. If I would like to make that point as well, Mr. Mayor. I would just like council to consider all the weasel words that have been put forward by the proponents in this presentation, things like intends and so on and so forth. We need, in this bylaw, in my opinion, some strict specifics that are measurable and which the community can depend on as a backup so that the weasel words don't take over and things get stretched now and in the future and can be an ongoing blight to that part of Lethbridge. Thank you.
Anything else? Any questions? No further questions in the queue? Okay, if there's no other questions, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Okay, we have several other public hearings. We're going to ask everybody to take seats in the audience. They can stay if they wish, but these are on different topics. The next one is for bylaw 6292, public hearing talking. Okay. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6292, land use bylaw amendment re childcare definitions. The procedure for this hearing will be, we will begin by calling upon Sheila Graham, planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearings. I call upon Sheila Graham to provide the background to the case. Ms. Graham?
Hello, good afternoon. Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. I am here this afternoon to present 3 administration-initiated amendments. We're putting them forward as separate bylaws just to ensure any discussion can focus on the individual topics. We'll begin with bylaw 6292, which, as mentioned, addresses the land use bylaw definitions for childcare. Next slide, please. So you'll see that our presentation today will follow our typical format for land use bylaw amendments. Next slide. As I mentioned, this amendment is being initiated by City of Lethbridge Planning and Design, and the purpose is to amend our land use bylaws, removing the restriction on overnight accommodations for childcare to align with provincial legislation. Next slide, please. Here you see the planning documents that are important to refer to when we're looking at this amendment. Next slide. So as I was mentioning, the province of Alberta has made changes to the Early Learning and Childcare Act and regulation to permit licensed programs to provide overnight care. So this happened back in February of this year, and we're taking the opportunity to align our land use bylaw with the provincial regulation. Next slide. We see this as beneficial to our city. It's an opportunity to promote flexibility of care options for caregivers who need to work outside of regular childcare program hours. We've had one inquiry, I believe, about providing this from a business interested in providing this level of care. Next slide. So as these are text amendments and not specific to any property, no direct mailouts were required to landowners. In line with the requirements of the Intermunicipal Development Plan, Lethbridge County was informed and provided with an opportunity to comment. We also advertised in the Lethbridge Herald editions of August 14th and August 21st. Next slide. So as I was saying, in conclusion, our bylaw amendment would align our childcare opportunities with provincial legislation, and the amendment would not result in any new requirements for applications. Next slide. With that, we would recommend that City Council approve this amendment and amend Land Use Bylaw 6300. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? If there are no other presenters, I'll ask if there are any questions from City Council. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Graham, for the information. Just sort of related to this, if this is approved, does it go ahead, or do businesses need to do a license change or anything? Or if this is approved, is this now a go in the community?
From what I understand of how our childcare operations work, I think they would need to apply for license permission from whoever it is at the province that they do that with. But this would just allow us to enable that without requiring further development approval.
So this is essentially removing any restriction we have for this to happen, but there is governance over childcare facilities from another order of government if they go ahead with this.
Correct. I believe Maureen would like to jump in on something.
Yes, Sheila, you're correct, and Councillor Croson, you're correct as well. If somebody's applying for a license for overnight accommodation with their childcare, if we didn't make this change, that would not be possible under our bylaw. So this is really just aligning ourselves with the province to allow an operator to do that. All the provincial licensing requirements still apply.
Okay, and this just really helps families if they have, if they work nights, etc., to get better childcare.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you. In the agenda package on agenda to go, there was to be one piece of correspondence, or at least there's identified as a piece of correspondence. I'm just wondering if there was something that is missing from 6292, or if the one that's listed in 6292 is part of 6293. It might just be the way it came up on agenda to go. It does identify that it says correspondence RE bylaw 6292, but it does relate to 6293. Was there something that was supposed to be in 6292, or did you receive no correspondence on this?
Sorry, just looking at it for
If
you.
you receive no comments, no comment back from anybody in the community, Ms. Graham, then it's just okay. I just wanted to make sure we weren't missing anything. Sure. Okay, thank you.
I did not receive any comments. No.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Graham.
Any further questions from council? Okay, if there's no other questions, I now declare the public hearing closed. The matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. We'll move on to bylaw 6293. I call to order bylaw 6293, land use bylaw re-signs and murals. The procedure for the hearing will be, we'll be calling upon Sheila Graham, planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. Ms. Graham, would you like to provide the background to the case, please?
Absolutely. Again, this is one of our 3 amendments that we'd like to put forward this afternoon. This one related to the sign section of our land use bylaw. So next slide, please. We'll follow the same format as we just did. So we'll go right to the next slide. And our purpose here today is to amend our land use bylaw definitions, this time in order to differentiate more clearly between murals and signs. So murals would no longer be regulated through the land use bylaw, while a definition and regulations for a new type of sign, the painted wall sign, would be added. Next slide, please. Again, here are the planning documents that are relevant to this amendment. Next slide. So the land use bylaw currently does not define a mural, and to date we've been regulating murals by a standing interpretation of the definitions for a sign in terms of a fascia sign, or an exterior building alteration or improvement when it's in the downtown commercial district. So currently something like a mural would require a development permit. The lack of a separate definition for murals can lead to murals not being allowed sometimes in locations that could be appropriate. Fees are associated with an application for a development permit, and also there's a possibility of an appeal. Next slide, please. There are many benefits to public art in a city. Some of these include increased community pride and beautification, decreased graffiti, and public art can contribute to a sense of place, to tourism, and to economic development. Over the past several years, there's been an increased interest in murals as part of revitalization and anti-graffiti efforts. These discussions and efforts have drawn attention to the need for increased clarity on the difference between murals and signs when it comes to the land use bylaw. Red Deer and Strathcona County are 2 municipalities that have taken a very similar approach to what is proposed here. So the specific changes that we're looking at include some changes to our advertising definition. First of all, we're proposing to move this definition to the general definition section at the beginning of the document, as it is referred to throughout the land use bylaw. The definition would also be amended to clarify the promotional purpose and the focus on text and graphic media in terms of advertising. We would add a definition for mural with a focus on artistic intent and that there's no advertising involved and therefore not a sign, according to our land use bylaw. Having done that, we would need some rules for things painted on buildings that are signs. And so we've proposed a definition and regulations for painted wall signs. The regulations are very similar to what exists already for fascia signs. Next slide. Again, as these are text amendments, we did not do any specific direct mailouts to landowners. Again, in line with the requirements of the Intermunicipal Development Plan, Lethbridge County was informed. In this case, given the topic of the proposed amendment, we consulted with the city's Public Art Advisory Committee, which provided helpful feedback. Next slide. So in conclusion, the proposed land use bylaw amendment would amend definitions in order to differentiate between signs and murals, add a definition and regulations for painted wall sign, and again, the amendment would not result in any new requirements for applicants. Next slide. Our recommendation would be that you approve this bylaw amendment, amending land use bylaw 6300. Thank you.
Councillor Parker?
Thank you. Just so I understand the words here. So you have a sign and you have a mural. If you're going to put up a mural on your building or on a building, you still need to get the approval of the city. Am I correct on that? It's just a different term now?
For a mural that has no advertising component, you would not need permission from the city.
Perfect.
So
go ahead.
Yeah. No, if you were a landowner and you felt that your property could use a mural, that would be something that is available for you to do.
But you still need to get permission from the city. Am I correct?
No,
Okay.
permission would be required.
For the mural. Perfect. Thank you very much.
For the mural. That's right.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Sorry, Ms. Graham, I don't know if it's just the hour or what, but sort of along that same line of question. On page 3 of the analysis, the briefing document, it says, through this interpretation, a mural requires a development permit for either a sign or an exterior building alteration or improvement. So what we've done now is we've separated them, and you are, just for clarity's sake, you're saying a mural does not require a permit.
That's correct. So we're saying that a mural is not a sign, so it is not something that requires a permit, or a development permit from the city.
So there's no involvement with the city of Lethbridge if somebody wants to put a mural on their wall, roof, fence, garage, whatever the case may be.
That's correct. We have currently, I think through this summer, we've had different programs that the city has been involved with, and those could continue to have whatever requirements the city deems for our programs and initiatives. But for sort of the public, there would be no land use bylaw requirement.
Excellent. That's just the clarity I need. Thank you.
Councillor Higgin?
Just a clarification on the mural. Anything could be painted on one's wall then? There's no, I'm just trying to think here what could be painted on one's wall that could cause concern. And I love the idea. I've seen some of these murals, they're fantastic, but where's the limit if there's zero accountability of what one can paint on their wall?
So there are limits in terms of existing sort of higher level requirements around hate speech or our neighborhood livability bylaws. If someone had a complaint that was related to the content of the mural, those would be avenues that would be more appropriate than the land use bylaw to try to regulate or to have those conversations.
So may come after the mural's already up to have it down. There's nothing at the beginning to, yeah, it's fine, yeah, it's fine, yeah, it's fine. I'm just trying to, yeah, to a neighbor, you've got a neighboring business and maybe you would hope that discussion would be between them. Hey, I'm painting this mural because, I mean, it looks lovely, it's great, it's wonderful. But, so someone could just go out and start painting away.
Well, it is an area that even currently within our land use bylaw, there weren't criteria outlined that we would be making an evaluation on. So it's not something that is well handled through a land use bylaw.
So we haven't had any issues to date? Well, that's good to hear then. Okay, thank you very much for that. I appreciate your response.
Acting Mayor Croson?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you for bringing this forward. I, last year, painted a mural, without permission, obviously, on my fence. I mean, didn't talk to the neighbors. It's inside my yard. So I assume there's probably murals up there that people don't even realize that are problems. How do other communities deal with this? Do they have what we're now proposing, that murals and signs are different, or do they have what we currently have in general?
So the municipalities that I referenced, certainly Red Deer and Strathcona County, have gone this route of being more permissive with murals and letting sort of the community evaluate acceptability through other means. I think Calgary has a little bit more restriction, but is still fairly open in terms of, they call them art signs. They are allowed where signs are allowed. So a little bit more restrictive, but generally we're seeing municipalities moving away from trying to regulate this through a land use bylaw.
Right, yeah, having art regulated under land use is rather interesting. If I paint my house lime green, can I do that?
Certainly.
So it's just finding the line, right? So we're looking here to move the line a little bit more to art is not a sign.
That's correct, and those are some of the conversations we were having around that expression of drawing the line. Where do you draw the line? It's not typically something we do address from a land use perspective, so it is a bit of an outlier currently that it is in our bylaw.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Are there any further questions from council? Councillor Morrow?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I just need to be clear. So if I heard this correctly, on my fence or on my house or on my building or anything that I own, I can paint a mural without city's approval. Did I hear that correct?
You did, yes.
And who, just further to Councillor Higgin, so who decides what I can and can't paint on there? What happens if I believe certain things and other people don't? Who makes that call?
Well, certainly those are conversations. Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead. You go first. Sorry.
No, those are challenging conversations that happen in our community regularly in terms of what is appropriate messaging. And I assume those conversations could continue.
So on my garage door, I live in a neighborhood, on my garage door, I could technically get someone to put a mural on my garage door that might be offensive to my neighborhood, and the city would have no say in that.
Go ahead, Sheila. I just wanted to add to Councillor Morrow, we did involve regulatory services and the public art arm of Rec and Culture in these discussions. And perhaps, Sheila, if there's something in terms of regulatory services existing bylaws that would work to help with enforcement, if you could allude to that.
Yes, in those conversations, regulatory services was comfortable with sort of these conversations and taking this on, as they already are responsible if people are, for example, advertising adult magazines in an inappropriate way. That's something that they would have conversations with those, well, in that case, the business owner. Yes.
So then, if this gets passed, am I to assume that we are putting the responsibility to make the decision whether something is appropriate or not? We are putting that responsibility onto regulatory services?
So currently, Councillor Morrow, Development Services doesn't really have the ability to regulate the content, whether or not it's acceptable or not in the current format of the bylaw, right? Like, we don't have that ability. We look at different things in terms of the sign, but we don't necessarily look at content. And perhaps Solicitor Lowen could also make a comment in regards to that. But yeah, the morality aspect of wording or signage is not something that our land use bylaw currently is able to handle.
So let me give you an example. So I live in the Crossings. The piece of property that I bought, my backyard fence was put up by the developer, which was the city. I face an empty field right now, but people that come to the ATB Center or the commercial area might drive by my house, by my backyard on Caledonia. Do I have the right to paint a mural which might be something that I might like? And this, I'm just giving an example. It's not that I like it, because I would never do anything like this, but 3 naked bodies. Who's going to stop me from doing that?
So currently, Councillor Morrow, we couldn't issue you a stop order under the land use bylaw to control that now.
Sorry, you could or couldn't?
We could not. The developer may be able to issue you something in terms of architectural controls. I don't know. but perhaps Councillor or City Solicitor Lowen would like to comment, as this is really much a legal matter.
I just reinforce what Ms. Gehring has said, in that the fact scenario that you've outlined isn't currently regulated by the land use bylaw.
Okay, so I'm looking at you, because who cares about my backyard? But I'm looking at you on the screen right now, and in the background is our beautiful post office. It is privately owned. Technically, if we approve this, they could put a mural on that building that some might find offensive, some might find no problem, and somewhere in between, there's going to be a group of people. But yet they would have the right to do so. And from what I'm understanding, they would make no application to the city. The city would not be aware of it, and they can basically do what they want. Am I correct in assuming that if this passes?
Can I answer that, please? Because no, Councillor Morrow, that's a designated building, so the outside of that building is protected by our bylaw.
Okay, sorry. Forget that if it's not designated. Let's assume for a minute it's not designated. And you've got a building in downtown. You've got a building, whatever the building is. Whoever owns that building, from what I'm hearing, could technically put up a mural, and that mural could be something that they find attractive, beautiful, a benefit to the community, and so on and so on and so on, but some may not. They have the right to do so. I'm just trying to understand the line in the sand here, because I don't want to anticipate problems and council getting phone calls.
So, Councillor Morrow, art is very subjective. Art is in the eye of the beholder. That's correct, right? And while we may have a public art program that looks at what pieces of art can be put into public right-of-ways and on public parcels, somebody does have the right to make these changes. And actually, we have no enforcement now to paint something on their building that they think is beautiful and lovely, right? And there is a potential that maybe it might offend somebody. That's true. Hopefully the neighbors would have a discussion about that, but they are currently able to do so. I think you also have to think a bit about what is possible and what is probable, right? So there's a difference between possibility of something happening and the probability that something like that would happen, especially for a commercial business when they're trying to attract customers to their location, that they would deliberately do something that perhaps a segment of the society would find offensive, right? So I think that also has to weigh into whether that's a probable outcome.
I thank you for your answers. And my final question on this would be then, if I heard you say, Ms. Gehring, that people can do that right now with or without this bylaw. So tell me, what is the difference from now versus tomorrow if we approve this bylaw?
So right now we require them to actually get a permit as a sign or exterior building alteration.
Okay, so we're eliminating the permitting process. We're eliminating the permitting process. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Thanks. Just real quick, I just want to clarify the architectural control issue Mr. Lowen raised, and Ms. Gehring. So if you have architectural control in your neighborhood and you decide to paint a mural, they could ask you to cover it up, couldn't they? If that's part of your building contract or your with the builder, is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
So it's highly unlikely that any of our planned newer communities would allow this, because most of them are architecturally controlled, are they not?
Quite a few of them are. For instance, the first phase or first bench of Paradise Canyon was very controlled in terms of even people's door colors. And finally now, I think 30 years afterwards, people are starting to paint their doors different colors, right? But yeah, there is quite a bit of limitation in some architectural controls.
Right, so this will only make a difference in older established neighborhoods with no planning of that sort or those requirements and the downtown area. Because I'm just saying, most of our new subdivision, this wouldn't be an issue.
That's correct. Again, it depends also on the developer's ability to enforce his architectural controls too. The city doesn't enforce a developer's architectural controls. That's up to the developer.
Okay, great, thank you.
Are there any further questions from council? Okay. Hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon. Next bylaw is 6295. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6295, Land Use Amendment re Minor Errors. The procedure for this hearing will begin by calling upon Sheila Graham, planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Sheila Graham to provide the background to the case.
Hello, we'll do one last one, this time bylaw 6295 for the minor errors that we've come across as we've been using our land use bylaw. So next slide, please. Again, we'll use the same format for our presentation. Next slide. As I said, this is to correct some minor errors that we found within our land use bylaw over the past couple of months. Next slide, please. You can see the planning documents that we need to align with, one of them being the bylaw itself. Next slide. So this amendment is to deal, it's mainly a housekeeping bylaw. It corrects erroneous references within bylaw 6300 to other sections of the bylaw. That many of those were due to a formatting challenge with the document itself. This has been resolved and internal references should now be corrected. You may remember we did a similar amendment back in April where we had found some misreferencing happening. So we've just fixed that problem, we hope. It also corrects a few typographical errors and clarifies and brings consistency to wording in a couple of locations in the document or in the bylaw. Next slide, please. So this is in line with Council's strategic plan in terms of seeking opportunities to and managing risks, learning from our mistakes, and seeking continuous improvement. We had an opportunity to review these with our city solicitor's office, so we're confident that we're pointing in the right places in our bylaw. Next slide. As mentioned before, these are text amendments, so no direct mailouts were required. We circulated to Lethbridge County and they were provided an opportunity to comment. Next slide. Again, the proposed land use bylaws would correct minor errors. It would not require or result in any new requirements. Next slide. And therefore we would recommend approval of this land use bylaw amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to ask questions on this bylaw? I see none. Are there any questions from council? I see none. If there's no other questions, I'll declare the public hearing closed, and this may be decided later this afternoon. We'll now move on to bylaw 6303. Make sure we didn't miss anything. Yep. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6303, land use amendment re 3401 25th Avenue North, sharing business and industrial park. The procedure for this hearing will begin by calling upon Tyson Boylan, Senior Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there's anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council can then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Mr. Boylan to provide the background to the case. Mr. Boylan.
Thank you, Your Worship and members of council. It's bylaw 6303. It's a proposed land use bylaw amendment to 3401 26th Avenue North. Next slide, please. So my presentation today will cover the same information as in our previous presentations that we heard. Next slide. And the applicant is the Sumas Property Group. A representative from them will say a few brief words after I'm done today, and we'll be here to answer questions as well. The applicant would like to rezone an area to a DC bylaw to allow the development of a unique large-scale master plan site consisting of large warehouse-type buildings that is unique to the city. Next slide, please. So the amendment area is approximately the northeast corner of development in the city, which is shown as a red star above here. Next slide. And the proposed amendment area is outlined here in the green hatched area shown above. The amendment area is located in the southern part of the Sheridan Business and Industrial Park. Just to the south is 26th Avenue and the Churchill Industrial Park. And to the west of Sheridan are the residential neighborhoods of Blackwolf, Uplands, and Park Meadows. Next slide, please. So here's a more detailed look at the amendment area, which is outlined in green here again. This air photo is from 2019, and since this time, much has changed in the area. 34th Street has been extended northwards, and the pathway along 26th Avenue North has been extended in front of the site. On the opposite side of 26th Avenue to the south is the PepsiCo Hostess Frito-Lay plant, and to the north are some existing light industrial businesses and contractors. The area to the east is currently undeveloped at this time. Next slide, please. So this photo is taken on the ground, and it's taken looking northeast across the site on 34th Avenue North. The site and much of the portion of Sheridan is currently vacant at this time. You can see some industrial buildings in the left background image, which is just to the north. Next slide, please. So here are the relevant planning documents to this proposed rezoning. And next slide, please. So here's the ASP concept map from the latest 2019 amendment, which displays a general layout and land uses. The red arrow points to the parcels which were intended for business, industrial, and general industrial land uses in this plan. Next slide, please. So this is the concept map from the outline plan, which is more detailed than the ASP is, and the red arrow points to the parcels which were intended for business industrial uses in this outline plan. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the existing IB district on the left and the proposed DC district on the right to compare them side by side. The applicant desires to construct a site for a large warehouse type buildings, and this amendment to DC is proposed, as the IB district does not allow for some of the potential uses. The applicant desires to retain the uses and the regulations under the current IB district, and also desires some uses under the IG district, such as freight and storage, farm supplies and service, and manufacturing intensive. The proposed DC district also takes some land uses that are discretionary under the IB district and makes them as permitted uses. This includes uses such as general manufacturing and offices. This will lead to great uncertainty as to what will be allowed on the site. The DC district also contains regulations to ensure connectivity to the pathways and the sidewalks along 26th Avenue and 30th Avenue. Next slide, please. So for evaluation and analysis, the application was evaluated in terms of different planning documents, including the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and the MDP, and it fulfills these. Next slide, please. In terms of the governing ASP and outline plan, the proposed amendment is in compliance with the land uses that are described and shown in these plans. The proposed DC bylaw is based upon the rules of the IB and the IG districts, so it is still generally consistent as stated in the ASP. No technical issues were identified by city staff. Next slide, please. So mailers are sent out to the 32 owners of the parcels shown on the green hatch areas above. Ads also appeared on the Herald, and this was also advertised on the city's website. I received 3 calls from nearby landowners asking for more information, which was provided to them. And one of these people has submitted something to today's agenda. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, bylaw 6303 is compliant with all existing statutory and approved plans for the area. Next slide. And it is our recommendation that City Council approve bylaw 6303. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Boylan. So I understand the applicant is going to provide a brief comment. Go ahead.
Thank you. Tyson, Your Worship, and Council. I'll just speak to it very briefly because I know you have had quite a long evening ahead of you. I'm Kendall Hutchikowski with Summits Property Group. We are applying for this rezoning on behalf of the project, which is intended to be 3 buildings that are industrial in nature. We call them high bay warehouses, which would consider 30-foot ceilings and will generally serve logistics, manufacturing, and e-commerce type businesses. This product is not typically found here in Lethbridge, offering both grade level loading as well as loading docks. And what we've requested here with help and assistance from city administration and staff is to take the industrial business zoning and the industrial general zoning and merge it together. And the reason we're looking to do that is because it is a 21-acre site, which is quite a large site. But all of the uses that we have listed and requested are uses that would be familiar and consistent with the parcels in this direct and immediate area. And as part of the process, we've also agreed to connect our parcel to the regional pathway network with 2 connections on the north side and the south side. That's all I have for you, but I am available for any questions if they arise. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Okay, for a third and final time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Okay, hearing no other presenters, it's now time for council to ask questions of the presenters. Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Mr. Hutchikowski, if I could just go to you for a moment, and then I'm going to ask either Mr. Boylan or Ms. Gehring a follow-up question. You have specific uses identified for this land. There are specific businesses, specific purposes that you have in mind for development, correct?
For a portion of it, so this would be considered a speculative development where we are proposing about 400,000 square feet of space, of which would take multiple years to be absorbed in our marketplace. We do have a parcel or a user designated for phase 1, and we have had 3 or 4 prospects engaged for phase 2 of the project. All of these users fit within industrial zonings, one being manufacturing, one being a recreational user, and the other 2 both being logistics users. So in part, we do have some users, but some of those users will be to be determined as the site is developed over a few years.
Okay, so it's because you've got the coming together, as been explained, it's the coming together then of the IB and the IG. You're just requesting a general direct control that includes all of the permitted and discretionary uses for IB and IG?
Essentially, yeah, it grants us additional surety because we can't have a building with multiple zonings and the buildings are so large. By merging the 2 together into one zoning, it allows us some flexibility of complementary uses across both of those zonings.
Okay, thanks. That actually answers my question. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Thank you very much. Are there any other questions from council? Okay, I see none. I hereby declare the public hearing closed, and this issue may be decided later this afternoon. We'll now move on to bylaw 6304. Call to order public hearing for bylaw 6304, land use bylaw re 539 18th Street South. The procedure for this hearing will be, I'll begin by calling upon Genesis Havia Oreo, community planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Genesis Havia Oreo to provide the background to the case. Ms. Havia Oreo.
Good afternoon, members of council. Up next is bylaw 6304, a proposed land use bylaw amendment for the property at 539 18th Street South. Next slide, please. My presentation will follow the items listed here. Next slide, please. The applicant is Brown Okamura on behalf of King of Kings Fellowship with a purpose to rezone a portion of the property where the existing house is located from public building to direct control. Next slide, please. The general location of this property is on the south side of the city. Next slide. Within the Victoria Park neighborhood. Next slide. And now getting closer to the site, here is an air photo of the property. Please note that the parcel being rezoned today includes the property to the south, which is the church. However, the portion outlined in green is the only one being rezoned to low density residential. Next slide, please. And here's the entirety of the parcel shown, which includes the church and the house. Next slide. Here's a portion that shows where the rezoning will happen. So here's the front of the property and the rear as well. Next slide. The relevant planning documents informing this bylaw are the SSRP and the MDP. Next slide. The property in question accommodates a church building and a single detached dwelling under the existing public building district. As per the land use bylaw, the single detached dwelling may only be used as a residence for church staff. And it is the intent of the property owner to adapt to their changing needs and continue operating the church as a place of worship, but no longer maintain the existing detached dwelling as a housing for church staff. The proposal is to rezone a portion of the lot where the house is located to low density residential, and this would enable the owner to separate the existing church from the single detached dwelling. Next slide, please. This bylaw will not result in any redevelopment. It will only reclassify the existing single detached dwelling to low density residential, and as shown in these maps, that is a compatible use as the surrounding properties are zoned low density residential and also accommodate single detached dwellings. Next slide. The portion being rezoned RL would meet the development requirements for single detached dwellings as specified in the land use bylaw, including parking and building setbacks. And the portion remaining as public building where the existing church building is located would continue to satisfy the development requirements as per their development permit. And the successful land use reclassification of the property where the house is located would facilitate the subdivision of this lot at a later time. Next slide, please. Although no additional development is expected on this site, this rezoning would add an additional unit to the housing market, which aligns with policy direction found in the SSRP and the MDP. Next slide. Ahead of the public hearing, it was notified to adjacent property owners, and also the public hearing notice was posted on the August 14th and August 21st editions of the Lethbridge Herald. From this, I have not received any feedback from any of the property owners or any questions. Next slide. In conclusion, this proposal aligns with overarching planning documents. Next slide. And it is our recommendation that City Council approve bylaw 6304 and amend the land use bylaw 6300 to allow the rezoning of the portion of the lot from public building to RL. This concludes my presentation, and I am available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. I understand the applicant is here to make a presentation. Zach Prosper, is that correct?
Hi, yeah, so I just, I'm acting on behalf of King of Kings Fellowship. I want to thank you all for your time, and I'm happy to make myself available should there be any further questions on this application.
Okay, you're just here available for questions. There is no presentation. Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any members of the public who wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it is now time for City Council to ask questions of any of the presenters. I'll start with Councillor Kaufman.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Ms. Haviorio, if I could just double check, you referred to the parking, and I was curious about that. When I look at the images and you see that the residential dwelling has a significant parking area, and is that part of the condition permit or anything related to the church? Is that requirement to stay with the church, or is it being handled differently in some manner?
The church was approved ahead of the house, and when the house was approved, the owner applied for the office to be within the house, and the parking is associated with the house, not the church. And so the permit for the church does not include the parking in the house.
Okay, so the church was built without parking approval whenever it was, obviously whenever it was permitted.
Yes, that's what our files show. The church was approved in 1981.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Spearman.
Okay, Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Haviorio, for the information. I mean, traditionally, a church had a manse, rectory, parsonage, whatever you want to call it. Of course, the way churches are being used now is changing. So this just reflects probably the economic condition of the church. They don't need this anymore for various reasons, and just want the ability to deal with it as a separate piece. Will we be seeing, do you think, more churches like this? Is this just something we're going to see? And have we done anything like this already? Or do we foresee more of these in the future?
An interesting file I found in our land use database is an inquiry from the pastor of the church back in 1989, asking if they could separate the house from the church. So this shows me that it's something that they've been thinking about and finally pursuing. I personally have only worked on another church where we changed the land use. They did have a house within the property of the church. They don't use it for church, the church pastor, but they do use it for church members. So it is associated with the church, and I haven't had specific conversations about trends, but I do know that each church is different and they see benefits, and sometimes they do need to change because of fiscal reasons. And that's what I can share for now.
Right, and this puts the house into more active use. Thank you. Mm-hmm. I'm curious.
Just to add to that, Councillor Croson, we have had previous inquiries in regards to St. Pat's Church and the mats there. And so that's just the only other inquiry that I'm aware of.
Right, yeah, again, changing needs, changing times.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from council? Okay. So, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Now go on to bylaw 6305. I call to order the public hearing for bylaw 6305, land use bylaw re 520 18th Street South. This isn't the one we just did. This procedure will begin by calling upon Genesis Havia Oreo, Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will be called upon. We will then ask 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Ms. Genesis Havia Oreo to provide the background to the case.
Mr. Mayor, I'm just going to declare a conflict of interest. Is this that I'm on the Green Acres? And that's a question, first of all. The Green Acres is the owner of this building, and I'm on Green Acres. So am I at odds at all in this? Because we are technically the applicant.
How many members of council are on the Green Acres board? Yourself and Councillor Carlson, and who else?
What? Just 2 right now.
Okay.
I just, because we are the proponent and the applicant for this. So that's why it's kind of a weird situation, because technically, as a member of Green Acres, and correct me if I'm wrong, Councilor Miyashiro, we're answerable just to the Minister of Seniors and Housing. Am I correct on that? And so am I a council representative? Like,
It'd be the same as when Councillor Hagan was involved in discussions about Lethbridge Housing Authority. There's no fiduciary
okay,
interest.
I just want to make sure. I just want to double check that. Thank you very much.
You're not personally benefiting financially. Okay. Okay. Okay, so Ms. Havia Oreo, please go ahead.
Okay. Yes, this next presentation is for Bylaw 6305, which is just north of the previous presentation. Next slide, please. And again, I will follow the same format as I did in my previous presentation. Next slide. The applicant is Green Acres Foundation with the intent to allow residential apartments as a permitted use. And we would do this by rezoning from public built-in to direct control. Next slide, please. The property again is located in the south side. Next slide. Within the Victoria Park neighborhood. Next slide. And here is the site photo, air photograph taken of the site. Next slide. And here's what you would see if you're walking in front of the building, and again from the rear. Next slide. The existing and relevant planning documents informing this bylaw include the SSRP and the MDP. Next slide. The existing building on site was developed in 1949 and opened in 1950. It was known as the St. Aloysius Convent. It is recognized as a historic resource as per the City of Lethbridge Inventory of Historic Places. The St. Aloysius Convent was involved in the development of Catholic education in Lethbridge. The convent is also a representation of post-World War II development in the city. Today, the building is mostly vacant except for an occupied apartment unit on the second level. Previously, uses approved for this building include apartments, medical offices, and daycares. Next slide, please. This rezoning application proposes to shift the use of the property from commercial use to residential, which is compatible with the existing surrounding uses, which are all but one, low density residential. There is a direct control property to the south, which allows commercial uses. Next slide. The direct control bylaw would allow the development of 23 units, as well as provide a buffer of 2 additional units to accommodate changes to phase 2 floor plans, which at this time have not been funded, and detailed floor plans have not been completed for. The development requirements within the direct control bylaw, including building setbacks and parking, are in alignment to preserve the existing building and maintain sufficient amenity space for future residents. One specific part of the DC bylaw states the expectation that any exterior improvements to the existing building and new building exterior shall be in accordance with the exterior design features of the existing building. Next slide, please. The proposal aligns with the SSRP by contributing to the efficient use of land and the range of housing availability in the area. In terms of the MDP alignment, Policy 37 promotes the preservation of historic resource. Policy 63 seeks to increase the residential densities in existing areas. Policy 100 promotes walkable neighborhoods, and Policy 118 speaks about the link between land use and transit infrastructure. Lastly, Policy 102 is in support of this proposal based on the applicant, which is Green Acres Foundation, and the demographic their proposal is intended for, which is seniors. Policy 102 speaks about age-friendly communities and aging in place. Next slide, please. So this bylaw was advertised in the newspaper, as well as neighboring property owners received letters letting them know that this was taking place and providing information on how they could participate. Based on this notification, one person has submitted feedback in opposition of the proposal due to concerns about additional traffic this development may cause. Prior to the public hearing notification and this stage of the process, the applicant did host a virtual public meeting with neighbors, and 2 people attended in support of this proposal. Next slide, please. In summary, the amendment would allow the preservation of the existing building and provide development rules that meet the needs of future residents. The amendment is compliant with overarching planning documents such as the SRP and the MDP. Next slide. And Planning and Design recommends that City Council approve bylaw 6305, amending the land use bylaw to allow the reclassification of this property to direct control. Thank you. And I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Okay, thank you very much. I now call upon the applicant, Donna Kozlovi, to make a presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. I don't have a presentation, but I am here to answer any questions. But I do want to just tell the members of council that this building design, and I know that Genesis did speak on it a little bit, but we are very passionate about keeping this building design to the historic manner that it is. So the outside will still remain the same. The inside will be all different because we want to recognize the historical value of this building. So that's about it. I mean, if you have any other questions, I'm certainly here. And sorry, there is one more thing. You know, in reading the municipal housing strategy from the city that they recently published, I believe this project will fall right in line with what is listed in your municipal housing strategy. You do have on there that affordable seniors housing is a need for this city, and this would be helping the city address that need. And going forward, excuse me, so because we know that the seniors, there is an awful lot more seniors. That's it, but I'm here to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for City Council to ask questions of any of the presenters. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. I think the main question from the correspondence we got and my own question is simply around parking. Ms. Kozlovi, how will this affect the parking in the area? And when you talk seniors, seniors are like 40 years, right? Between a 6-year-old senior and a 100-year-old senior. What type of seniors, how will they fit into that neighborhood?
Thank you for the question. And regarding the parking, all the parking will be off-site. It will be on our site. So we have taken that into consideration. The other thing what I did too is I looked at our seniors, present seniors right now. Presently, we have 172 seniors out of a possible 725 seniors living in our buildings in Lethbridge that have cars. So it's less than 25%. Our seniors don't really drive that much. We have an awful lot of capacity in our present sites where we do have lots of parking, but nobody's using it. So we will have plenty of parking for our residents at that, and we've actually taken into consideration the parking for 23. And at this point, we're not sure if we are going to do the second phase. That's up to the board of directors if they want to do the second phase, but we have planned for the parking as if we are going to do the second phase.
Sorry, and the second part is what type of seniors are you looking for here? Is this, active seniors? Is this long-term care? Like, what do you, just to give a sense of who will be living here?
Okay, these are independent apartment buildings, independent apartments. So they have to be independent enough that they're going to do their own meal preparation and their own housekeeping. We will have it within the plans for this, so we will have a common area, because one of the things that we strive for in all our buildings is to make the buildings a community within the community, so that they have a place that they can gather as a group, perhaps have some social activities, have a barbecue or potluck or something like this. General age, our average age, even in the apartments, is around 80. So, and we would be looking at for affordable, for low to moderate income seniors.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Councillor Miyashiro?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Thank you, Ms. Kozlovi, for that. Quite excited to see you developing this. A couple of questions about, this relates to what Councillor Croson said. Oh, and by the way, you made Councillor Croson's day when you said you called this a historical resource that you want to you want to keep. I'm sure her heart skipped a beat. The question is about mixed, not mixed use, but mixed tenants. So will you have affordable housing then, as well as maybe some market rentals?
Yes, our plan is to have majority of affordable housing, but when we do the second phase, because we will still have the second phase and it will match the historical look of the existing building. But in the second phase, we will probably do a little bit higher, not higher end, but more market or just below market.
Oh, that's great. Thank you. And so that means your current chair, which is Councillor Carlson, I might be able to pick out the suite that he likes.
Yeah, maybe.
Thank you.
Councillor Kaufman?
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Ms. Gehring, just one question about the choice of direct control. Can you just review with me again, please, as to what is being done differently about this, as to why we wouldn't make this medium density residential? With the exception of, because I'm looking at medium density, both permitted and discretionary uses in the land use bylaw, and I do see that dwelling apartment mixed use under the bylaw that's being proposed with direct control is actually discretionary use. So first question would be, why not straight to medium density residential?
I'll let Ms. Hivia Oreo start, and then I'll finish up if there's anything to add.
Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen. The choice to go with direct control is based on two things. The first is the intent of the owner, and of course, in the interest that the city has to preserve buildings like this one. It allowed us to put in rules that protect, in a way, the exterior of the building and the building itself. That's something that a medium density like R75 would not allow us to do. The other piece is the parking. One of the things we strive to do as planners is to not negatively impact surrounding properties. And the parking is always, we always refer to land use bylaw for parking requirements. However, in this case where we have an applicant that is developing something for a specific group and has experience in this field, we do acknowledge their interest and what they hope to have. And one of the things they wanted was to provide a larger amenity space, green space, for seniors to be able to walk around within the property, and instead of having more parking spaces that may sit unused for some time. Green Acres also highlighted that they're an institution in Alberta where they build something, they stay, and they are long-term. And so thinking about the applicant, interest of the city and the applicant as well, we decided to go with direct control bylaw to be more intentional about this development.
Okay, thank you. Parking, actually, I got the preservation of the building I missed, so thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Second question then would be on why dwelling apartment mixed uses is discretionary if part of the intent is to meet our housing need. Why we would make that discretionary as opposed to just a permitted use?
Genesis, would you like to start?
Yes. Yes, I was reviewing the bylaw. The reason for that is we recognize that housing itself has specific parking requirements, and we have been flexible with that in this bylaw. We do not want to have a permitted use that once it's permitted, it's something they will be granted by right. That would sort of force us to add additional parking needs on site that may not be able to be met. And so we recognize that it's a use that may be suitable, but we wanted to keep it as discretionary to ensure that oversight during the development permitting stage.
Okay, thank you. All roads lead to parking, so thank you.
Are there any further questions from City Council? I hear none. I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. Next one is Bylaw 6321. I call to order the public hearing for Bylaw 6321, amendment to Bylaw 5378.
Ian Moxon.
The sharing business
Is now joining.
The Sharing Business and Industrial Area Structure Plan. The procedure for this hearing will be, we will begin by calling upon Tyson Boylan, Senior Community Planner, to provide the background to the case. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this bylaw will then be called upon. We will ask then 3 times if there is anybody else who wishes to make a presentation. City Council will then have the opportunity to ask questions of any of the presenters. The hearing will then be closed. Consideration of second and third reading will be made by City Council immediately following the public hearing. I now call upon Tyson Boylan to provide the background to the case. Mr. Boylan?
Thank you, Your Worship and members of Council. This is Bylaw 6321.
Moxon.
It's the last public hearing of today, and it is a proposed
Is now exiting.
SP. Next slide, please. So my presentation will cover the same type of information as that we have heard today. Next slide, please. And the applicant this time is Auxilio Vecchio Limited, and a representative from them will be presenting after I'm done. The applicant would like to amend the sharing ASP to allow commercial uses such as a dentist office on the parcels that they own in the sharing business and industrial park. And I also need to mention that prior to development, a subsequent outline plan amendment and rezoning will be required. If the ASP amendment is successful today, then it will open the door to this occurring. Next slide, please. So just to orient yourselves to the sharing industrial park, it is located in the northeastern part of the city and is shown here as the hatched area. Next slide, please. So the area that is subject to the proposed ASP amendment today are the 2 parcels covered with the green hatched area that are shown above. The amendment area is located in the southern part of the Sharing Business and Industrial Park. This is just north of 26th Avenue North and also the Churchill Industrial Park. You may recall that the site was subject to a previous rezoning, which was approved in June to allow for the development of animal care major use on these properties. Next slide, please. So here's a more detailed look at the amendment area, which is outlined in green here in the 2019 air photo. The west is a transmission power line and also the Northside Walmart site. And on the opposite side of 26th Avenue to the south is a PepsiCo Frito-Lay plant. The area to the east is the location of the application that we just heard about under Bylaw 6303. Next slide, please. So here's a photo from the ground looking northwest, standing at the intersection of 26th Avenue North and 34th Street North, looking at the amendment area. The amendment area is shown here next to the road with the Northside Walmart site seen in the far background. Next slide, please. So here are the relevant planning documents to this proposed rezoning. And the current sharing ASP was first adopted in 2004 and has been amended a few times since then, most recently in 2019. Next slide, please. So this slide shows what the existing land use concept in the ASP looks like. As you can see, the applicant's 2 parcels are outlined in green here and are currently classified as business industrial in this ASP. Next slide, please. So under the sharing ASP, the proposed dental office or other commercial uses are not allowed on this site under the business industrial zone. The ASP states that development in the business industrial zone should be consistent with the IB district in the land use bylaw, and this district does not allow for dental or medical offices. The ASP states that commercial activities may be permitted in this area, but only if they're secondary or complementary to the industrial uses. This is intended more for things like business support or office equipment service that would directly serve industrial business clients. A dental office is a commercial use that is geared towards the general public, not business support for industrial uses. Next slide, please. So to allow the development of the dental office, the applicant is proposing an amendment to the land use concept in the ASP so that their parcels will be in the regional commercial zone as shown in yellow here. In addition to the change to Fig 2, there are also a few changes with the text in the land use table of the sharing ASP that would need to be made, but the slide above summarizes this requested change. Next slide, please. So this brings us to the evaluation and the analysis of the proposed amendment.
I'm like, okay, I'm just going to listen to the rest at home.
In order to accommodate the greater utility needs of industrial users, we typically install enhanced servicing trunks in our industrial parks. The use of this enhanced infrastructure for commercial services is not efficient. In comparison to commercial uses, there are limited areas for industrial development in the city, and it is harder to locate industrial uses due to their offsite impacts. There are also other underutilized commercial sites where the proposed dental office could be accommodated in the city and in North Lethbridge, where there are already plans in place and zoning in place to allow for such use, such as the Broadcast Business Park. We do not want to see our commercial areas of the city, which have experienced some challenges in recent years, further negatively impacted by allowing commercial uses in areas that are better suited for industrial instead. Next slide, please. In addition, the existing and the future general and heavy industrial businesses in the sharing industrial park have various offsite impacts, such as odors, noise, storage, and heavy truck traffic that can be detrimental to many types of commercial uses. Likewise, commercial uses have the potential to limit the industrial activities that may occur in this area in the future. Next slide, please. So the application was evaluated in terms of different overarching planning documents. It conflicts with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan, which states that we should establish land use patterns that are efficient and compatible. It also states that we should minimize potential land use conflicts with manufacturing and other industrial development. Next slide, please. It also conflicts with the MDP that was just approved by Council in June. Policy 98 of this plan and its direction specifically states that proposals to land use changes from industrial to commercial uses will be discouraged. Next slide, please. So for notification, mailouts were sent out to 3 owners of the parcel shown in the green hatch chairs above. Ads also appeared in the Herald and was advertised on the city's website. I received no contact from nearby landowners or members of the public at this time. And as required by the IDP, this was also sent to Lethbridge County, and they expressed no concerns of the proposed amendment. Next slide, please. So in conclusion, the proposed ASP amendment is not consistent with existing approved higher order plans for the area. Further commercial expansion into sharing should be restricted, with commercial uses being better accommodated elsewhere in the city. Once again, to remind you that if the ASP is amended today, it will allow a subsequent outline plan amendment and rezoning to occur prior to development. Next slide, please. And it is our recommendation that City Council refuse bylaw 6321. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call upon the applicant, Rob Jansen, to make a presentation. Mr. Jansen?
Good evening, Your Worship and members of Council, and thank you, Mr. Boylan. I'm Rob Jansen, a planner and project manager with Auxilio VetShield. Also online with us for this presentation is Jacob Adzabal, the CEO of VetShield, and Ian Moxon from Ian Moxon Architect, Inc. Next slide, please. The main purpose of this ASP amendment is to enable a future rezoning proposal for the inclusion of a dental clinic. Next slide, please. Why amend the ASP? First off, there's no commercial land for sale in the most northern portion of Lethbridge. There's land for lease immediately to the west of this property, but leasing doesn't provide many businesses with enough security for them to fully invest in a neighborhood. Through ownership of land, small commercial business owners are able to confidently erect buildings that they have pride in and establish long-lasting businesses that will serve the neighborhood for generations. This amendment will also enable compatible businesses, such as the pet hospital and the dental office, to locate adjacent to each other, creating a very functional space for customers and ensuring that the businesses have no adverse impacts on one another. Next slide. Prior to moving on to the municipal development plan, I'd like to note that we have confidence that this amendment aligns with the South Saskatchewan Regional Plan and provides land uses in an orderly manner that does not create any conflicts between uses, as I will describe. As for the municipal development plan, there are numerous ways in which this proposed ASP amendment aligns with it. Policy 6 notes that having sufficient commercial and industrial land planned and serviced for long-term future development. There's an obvious need for non-leased commercial land in the very north portion of Lethbridge. And given that this would have such a minimal reduction on industrial lands that is currently available in the area, it seems like a very reasonable trade-off to assist in long-term future commercial development. It has been noted that subject lands are serviced for industrial lands. However, this site has smaller servicing connections than almost every other site in the ASP area. For example, the water and sanitary lines are only 200 millimeters, which is the minimum allowed in any district, including residential and commercial. In fact, according to the outline plan, these sites are the only industrial sites within the ASP area with water servicing lines less than 250 millimeters. Furthermore, of the 45 plus uses that are currently permitted and discretionary on this site, there are only a handful of uses that would require more substantial servicing than a dental clinic, and some of these, such as a car wash, are already allowed in the regional commercial zone. Another MDP policy, Policy 10, notes that there should be support for changing retail and commercial development trends that serve the needs of the city. Commercial Policy 90 looks to ensure commercial land use opportunities are available through the city for a wide range of commercial uses. Together, these MDP policies provide for amending the area structure plan as proposed. Next slide. Before I get into these next 3 slides, please note a small typographical error in the heading. It should read alignment with area structure plan. We find the proposed amendment is consistent with the objectives and visions of the existing ASP. First, a key purpose of the ASP is to align with the MDP, which designates the sharing area for a mix of commercial and industrial land. This was discussed in the previous slides. Second, continued provision of an orderly transition between uses is an important aspect which will not be impacted by this amendment. The proposed development would create a smooth transition from retail commercial, or Walmart, to business commercial, which is our sites, to the business industrial to the east. Furthermore, from both a compatibility and aesthetic perspective, we find the 34th Street would act as a smoother transition between commercial and industrial uses when compared to the existing somewhat abrupt transition between the Walmart and our sites. Next slide, please. We expect negligible to no negative impacts on industrial land and some positives for industrial businesses and workers. The gross developable industrial lands in the ASP area will only be reduced by 0.58% and will allow for some of the commercial land demand to be met. Allowing health care services in sensible locations near the outskirts of industrial areas will improve accessibility for workers in the area and ensure they can remain healthy while missing less time at work. There are no foreseen impacts to neighboring municipalities. Next slide. It should also be noted that the location is well connected via roads and multi-use pathways to numerous neighborhoods and the industrial area, which, in addition to what I previously mentioned, makes it even more convenient for nearby residents and working populations of all ages to get to healthcare services. Next slide. Current state of the subject area. The 2 parcels that would be added to the regional commercial zone as part of this amendment would include a state-of-the-art veterinary clinic that is proposed, and a dental office, and a few other uses that would be compatible with that. To get a better idea of some of this development, Ian Moxon will provide a brief overview of the pet hospital design.
Thank you, Rob. The pet hospital is really setting the precedent for the rest of the site development in that the proportion, the materials, and the themes used in the pet hospital will also be integrated into the rest of the property and the site. This site is ideal for walking connections between the existing commercial hub, Walmart, and the commercial users of that site, and this natural progression into this site on the east of the Walmart. It also lends itself to a natural transition and progression from the commercial hub into the business industrial district to the east and to the north. One of the ideal opportunities with this site is its walkability connections between all of the properties to the west, providing an ideal hub and integrating those uses with the uses that were already established on the Walmart site to the west of the property. Thank you, Rob.
Thank you. Yeah. Next slide. And are there any questions?
Okay, we'll come to questions after we've had all the presentations, but please stay on the line. Okay. Okay. Was that Dr. Robert Goth who'd spoken earlier? Oh, okay. All right, Mr. Goth, Dr. Goth, if you'd like to come forward.
As mentioned, my name is Dr. Robert Goth, Mayor Spearman, member of the council, and others. I thank you for your opportunity to talk to you today. Is it allowable for me to take my mask off as I'm the only one up here, or is it you prefer it to be on?
We prefer to be on.
Fine. Oh, hey, if we could go to the first slide, please. I'd like to tell you a little bit about myself. I'm a lifelong resident of Lethbridge. I was born and raised here. I began practicing dentistry in Lethbridge in 2012 as an associate. Later, I bought my own practice in 2017, the practice that I now work at, which is All North Dental. Currently, I employ 7 individuals besides myself, 2 administrative employees, 3 dental hygienists, 2 dental assistants, and my office is currently located in the Smart Centers area in North Lethbridge, adjacent to the Northside Walmart. I also have a subsequent smaller hygiene-only practice located in Park Meadows. Please advance the slide. I'm in the process of purchasing some land, and that's why we're all here. I think it's been well established what that land is and why we want to subdivide it. So I won't go over this slide as I feel it's been well covered. Next slide, please. In order to make my move possible to this new land, I'd like to talk a little bit about where I'm currently at and why I don't feel this change in land use would be a drastic change from where we currently are at in the city. If you look at the slide there, the red dot on the left-hand corner, that's where I'm currently at on the west side of Walmart. If we advance the slide, please. That's how far I want to move. So I'm currently allowed to use that space on the west side of the parking lot, but the east side is not currently designed for this or zoned for this purpose. I don't think that I'm asking for a big change to what's already available. Also, I do believe that I would be complementary to the pet hospital that is proposed for that site. Both in healthcare related industry, I think we could maybe help encourage others to move to that area as well. Please advance the slide. As you look at this picture, you can see all of the blue dots there. Those are the dentists in Lethbridge. And if you advance the slide, north of 9th Avenue, that's me. I'm the only one north of 9th Avenue that's serving the dental community or serving the members of our community. And I feel like it's important to keep a dentist in the far north reaches of Lethbridge. As I want to build and own instead of just lease the space, I'm looking at an opportunity to buy, and there aren't very many opportunities in that northern part of Lethbridge. I do realize a little bit more south there is, but I would really like to stay in that most northerly reaches of Lethbridge. If you advance the slide. I serve patients far and wide, from Okotoks to Cardston, Warner, from Medicine Hat to Fernie. But if we advance the slide, we can see that the majority of my patients are located on the north end of Lethbridge. Again, the orange star, that's where my office is at. And you can see that I'm conveniently located for the patients that I'm currently serving. And I would really, again, like to stay in this area. If we could advance the slide, please. As I've looked at the economic development Lethbridge, they have identified 6 focus areas or pillars to help build and diversify the local economy. I'd like to talk about 3 of these. The first of these is the business retention and expansion. And it states that our job, or the city's job, is to help existing businesses to expand and grow, connecting businesses to sources of funding and help remove barriers. If you advance the slide, please. I really want to focus on helping remove barriers, and that's why we're here today. Under the area of entrepreneurship and innovation, it suggests the city's job is to empower and enable small business owners to create, experiment, and succeed. Again, if you advance the slide, I want to focus on that: create, experiment, and succeed. I would really like my small business to succeed, and in order to do this, I need to be able to expand from where I'm currently at. And finally, the catalytic projects. This states that the city is to help support major, in my case, a minor project that by their nature have the potential for inducing incremental development and economic growth in the region. And if you advance the slide, again, supporting those businesses that might encourage other development in that area. I believe that myself, along with the pet hospital, can encourage other health-related businesses to look at that area as a potential area for growth, an area that is lacking in those services in our city. If you could advance to the next slide, please. Under the City of Lethbridge Municipal Development Plan policies for the local economy, there's several points, and I believe this one was stated by the pet hospital as well, or the other presentation has already been stated. But if we advance the slide, number 10 says that the city is here to support changing retail and commercial developments and trends that serve the needs of the city by investigating and considering the need for any amendments to the city's statutory documents. Basically, there is a change of what's happening there. I need to move. I can't stay in my current area. I'm looking for something in the northern part of the city, and I'm asking for you to consider changing or rezoning this area so that I can stay there. The next slide, please. So what am I asking? I'm asking for you to help remove barriers that is preventing my business from expanding and growing. I'm asking for you to empower my small business to create, experiment, and to succeed. I'm asking for you to understand that by its nature, the combination of like-minded businesses, my dental office, and VetShield could potentially encourage other small health-related businesses to develop in this area of Lethbridge. I'm asking for you to consider the changing needs of this area of the city, and as such, that you be open-minded in amending the zoning of this area. I'm asking for you to provide a way to keep the only dentist in the most northerly part of our city from having to look elsewhere for opportunities to grow. I'm asking for you to allow my patients local access to a much-needed service. I'm asking for you to help me contribute to the local economy by allowing me to build $1 million investment in a currently undeveloped piece of land. And finally, I'm asking for you to understand that the best way to help our community uniformly grow across this great city is to allow each part of our city access to resources that they need, which include local dental care. Next slide, please. And just 2 final quotes that I'd like to read. There is no logic that can be superimposed on the city. People make it, and dare I say, small businesses help it to thrive. And it is to them, not to buildings or pre-existing plans, that we must fit our plans. And finally, next slide, please. Plans are things that change. I'm asking you to consider rezoning this area because I think there's a value to have a dentist in this area. I'd like to stay there. My employees, some of them live there. My patients live there. And this is where I want to be in town. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Dr. Goff. Are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, are there any other members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, are there any members of the public that wish to make a presentation on this matter?
I know I have some people online. There's 2 people that would like to present, and there is a letter that was submitted as well.
Is there anyone online that you can see? That's... Micah Pavan?
Yes. Hello.
Hello. Yep. You're...
Hi. Can you hear me okay?
Speak loudly and clearly, please. Yeah.
Okay. Hi. Are you able to hear me now? Are you okay?
Go ahead. We can hear you.
Hello. Okay. Sorry. Sorry about that. Okay. Hi. My name is Micah Pavan. I am a patient of Dr. Goth, and I am a resident of the north side of Lethbridge. I have 3 young kids, and I take them to Sunnyside School, which is out northeast of the city. So it's very convenient for me to go to Dr. Goth when I need to take my kids out of school to go to an appointment. It's very close and accessible for me, and I really appreciate that. And that's one of the main reasons why we choose to go to Dr. Goth, other than the fact that he's an excellent dentist. But that if that were to change, if he were forced to find somewhere on the south side of the city or wherever else it is currently zoned for a dentist office, that would impact me negatively, and I wouldn't really appreciate that. So I would really love to see him be able to stay and expand his business practice as well, so that my large family can be seen at the same time, so we don't take up his whole afternoon when we come in to have our teeth checked. And I would really appreciate this area being zoned for businesses instead of the industrial area. While I really appreciate and value the industrial area, as my husband once worked in that area. But I would love to see the north side of Lethbridge see the growth and businesses equally as maybe some other sides of the city tend to get. So I, as a consumer and a member of not a member, but like someone who lives on the north side of Lethbridge, I'd love to see more businesses, and particularly would love to keep my dentist here on the north side. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other presenters at this time?
There is Robert Goff.
Who?
Robert Goff.
Robert Goff, and there's actually my staff member. She's using my computer, so if I can come up with Robert Goff, but that's Caitlin Primrose.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name's Caitlin Primrose. I've worked for Dr. Goff as a dental assistant since he bought the practice in 2017, but I've worked at this office since 2014. I live in the area in Legacy Ridge, only a couple minutes from the office. I have 5 young boys, 4 of which all go to school here at Buchanan and Wilson, and my other one goes to a daycare on the north side. My husband works long days and isn't home before or after school hours, so it all falls on me to get our kids to the buses and to daycare. For me to continue to work, it is essential for me that the office is in our community so that I can get my kids off to school and daycare, and also to be able to maintain a livable wage with the hours that I work. So please take time to consider this proposal being presented. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your presentation. Is there any other member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a second time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? For a third and final time, is there any member of the public that wishes to make a presentation on this matter? Hearing no other presenters, it's now time for council to ask questions of any of the presenters. I'll start with Councillor Miyashiro.
Thank you, Mayor Spearman. Dr. Goth, a question to you about, you said there's no commercial land available on the north side for this kind of development. Is that correct?
A couple things to consider when you're looking at a dental office. One of those considerations is the equipment that's in the dental office, but there's also pipes in the wall. And so I don't want to move blocks and blocks and blocks or halfway across the city or halfway across the north side to open a new dental office, just to have another dentist come and say, oh, all these pipes are in the wall. I'd like to stay relatively close to where I'm at so that I don't lose the opportunity to serve the patients that I'm serving. A lot of them come to me because of location. I won't deny that. Some of them come to me because I'm their dentist and they'll follow me wherever I go. But I'd like to stay as close as possible to that Walmart that's there. And there's not a lot of opportunity directly in that.
About 12 blocks north of where you are right now is a fully serviced commercial light industrial business park.
Yes, I understand this.
And tons of room and tons of lots that don't require any kind of rezoning. So tell me the difference.
Well, partly, like I said, there's more to a dental office than just the equipment. There's the pipes in the wall. And so another dentist could come and open up in that same spot where I'm at, try to use the equipment that's there, or not use the equipment, but use the pipes in the wall. So I'd like to prevent this by staying as close as possible to that north side of Lethbridge. Many of my patients do walk or utilize just their bikes, their own 2 feet to get to my office. 12 blocks makes a difference for some of those patients.
You know the area I'm talking about?
I do, yes.
Where the TV station used to be.
Correct. Yeah.
They're all going to be standalone buildings typically, where your office would fit exactly in the model that you're talking about at the site you're looking at would work in that business park.
Yeah.
There's no pipes in the walls that you would share with anybody.
No, but my existing location, when I leave, those pipes are still there. So another dentist could come along and try to use those pipes that are in that office. And then I'm left with my patients who come to me because of convenience are now going to someone else. And so if I'm going to invest in a property, I'd like to invest in a property that's relatively close to where I'm at.
So you're asking council to protect the monopoly? Is that what you're asking us?
Not a monopoly. Anyone could open anywhere in the city. There's other places to lease. But I'm asking for you to allow for me to help my business continue to thrive where it's at and not have to move to another location.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question, and it's not for Dr. Goth. It's really about land use. From the city's point of view, we invest in industrial land and we invest in the infrastructure to support large-scale industry. So this particular piece of property is adjacent to the Walmart commercial location and already has a veterinary clinic on it. Is that correct? Who can answer that? Mr. Boylan?
Yeah, it has. So on the June 29th council meeting, the rezoning was approved to allow for animal care major. Animal care major is typically seen in industrial areas. It's more conducive towards the treatment of larger animals, not just the treatment of family pets. There can be large trucks driving by, delivering livestock, and there's also the outdoor component of animal care major and overnight accommodation for animals that do make noise as well. So we typically see animal care major in industrial areas.
So we're talking horses and cows and things like that, okay.
Potentially.
Yeah. Okay.
If I may interject for a moment, based on VetShield, we have no plans for our clinic to be for a large animal. The clinic will be for pets. It'll be a pet hospital for dogs and cats. And we made the rezoning for major animal care to allow for overnight boarding of those animals when they need to stay in the clinic to be watched over for surgeries and such. So I just want to make that clear there that is the intention for the southern portion of that lot.
Okay. So we understand that there's a limitation on available industrial land. Can we just have the map come up on the screen that shows the Walmart, and this is pretty much adjacent to Walmart, right? So it's the first property next to the parking lot. It's on the other side of 34th Street North. And we would, if there's already a veterinary building there, we'd have difficulty putting an industrial location on that site, would we? Somebody wanted to build a pea plant. Would they build it on that site?
So, Your Worship, the DC bylaw in June 2000 or June 29th, it was direct control, but based upon the IB district. There's limited industrial types of uses in there, mainly limited to more light industrial types of uses there. So it was essentially the uses under the IB district, which was existing before, plus animal care major.
Okay, so the land uses on this site wouldn't require some of the heavy utilities that we normally require for food processing, for example, like large sewer pipes, large water pipes, that type of thing. That equipment, that type of infrastructure does not exist to service this particular site. Is that correct?
So that's correct, Your Worship. In terms, it's not zoned heavy industrial, right? And so we do have some manufacturing with general industrial zoning, but we don't have that with the IB.
Okay,
and that's one of the reasons why the pipes are smaller in this particular section of sharing.
Okay, thank you. Acting Mayor Croson.
Thank you, Mayor. My question has to do with the cost. How much does it cost per acre to develop this type of industrial land for the city, because we're the one who develops industrial land, versus what it would cost to develop commercial land in another spot? So what would we be giving up per acre in exchange?
That's a good question, Councillor Croson. From a planning point of view, we don't have a costing. We are aware of the fact that the industrial parcels usually are cheaper to purchase than commercial properties. I'm not sure if Mr. Matthews is able to comment on that or not, but we do. That is one of the concerns we have with the eroding of industrial land, because it often can be cheaper to buy than commercial land elsewhere in the city. I'm not sure if Mr. Matthews is able to provide any information on that.
Hi, members of council. No, I don't have any further information specifically on the commercial land versus the industrial land at this time, specifically in that area. We could look into that and bring that forward to City Council.
No, I think actually what Ms. Gearing said about the price difference was what I was looking for, is actually leading to the eroding of our industrial land. That's the concern with the cost differentiation. So I don't need the exact numbers. I was just going to ask that question to the lead-up question, because of course there is a cost difference. And we're the only ones who create industrial land, correct? That the city is the only one who actually develops it?
To date, we do have some larger industrial parcels that are owned by third parties currently in the northern area of sharing. But for the most part, with Shackelford and Churchill and sharing, it has been the city that has been doing the brunt of the development, yes.
So we'd be, okay, thank you. That was what I was trying to clarify. Thank you very much.
Okay, are there any further questions from council? Okay, if there's no other questions, hearing none, I now declare the public hearing closed. This matter may be decided later this afternoon following the public hearing. We're going in camera now and then go back into the public break for dinner. You want a break? What do you want a break for? Okay, we'll take a break. Hmm? That's a long time.
Well, there's dinner.
You can all go have some supper quickly.
Okay, all right. We'll we'll come back at 8 o'clock. Okay,
just because it's late.
yeah, okay, all right,
Okay, if that's okay, so
Yeah.
we'll amend and not do 1 point report, if that's all right?
okay.
You're okay with that?
Okay, we're just going to resume the meeting. Okay, council is going to go in camera briefly and then be back to deal with the public. So can I have a motion to go in camera? From Councillor Miyashiro, all in favor? And if we can just prepare